We're ready? We're ready. Okay. Good evening. It's May 31st, 2016, and this is the regular meeting of the Poway Unified School District Board of Education. If you're in the wrong place, good. We're beginning here at 6:08. And we'll start things off with our report out of closed session. Clerk Patapow.
Bear with me, it's been a busy night. Okay, number one. In the matter of the conference with labor negotiator, agent negotiator Tracy Hogarth, PFT, PSEA, SEIU, legal counsel Jerry Conradi, on a motion by Andy Patapow and seconded by Ms. Kimberly Beatty, the board voted to approve the recommendations of the negotiating team, which were: this afternoon, in closed session, the Board of Education voted to approve a settlement agreement between the district and Poway School Employees Association. This settlement agreement resolves all claims by PSEA regarding the district's reduction in hours of vacant bargaining unit positions. The settlement agreement provides for the payment of $66,236.93 in back pay to PSEA bargaining unit members and a district contribution of $31,505 to the PSEA professional learning budget. The vote of the board was as follows. The ayes were Michelle O'Connor-Ratcliffe, Ms. Kimberly Beatty, T.J. Zane, and Andy Patapow. Abstentions was Charles Sellers. Okay. Next item, on motion by T.J. Zane and a second by Kimberly Beatty, and by a roll call vote, the board voted unanimous to approve the compromise settlement of case number 37-2014-0000376-CU-PO-CTL and authorize the superintendent to execute the necessary agreements. Can you read the case number again? Case number? You gotta be kidding. Charlie, here. Next item is on a motion by Charles Sellers and a second by Kimberly Beatty, and by a roll call vote, the board voted unanimously to approve the compromise settlement of claim number TC-15-17 and authorize the acting superintendent to execute the necessary agreements. Item 4, on a motion by T.J. Zane and a second by Andy Patapow, and by a roll call vote, the board voted unanimously to approve the compromise settlement of claim number TC-16-22 and authorize the acting superintendent to execute the necessary agreements. Okay. And the closed session was adjourned at 5:57 p.m.
Thank you very much, Clerk Patapow. At this time, I invite you to stand and say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, for being here. The Design 39 campus lost a beloved member, student Benjamin G. Wan Lee, and his family has sent us a statement to read in his memory. Dear families of Poway Unified, in the beginning of the blooming season in March, Benjamin G. Wan got sick with the flu and fever. A few days later, he left us forever, very unexpectedly. His passing took place just a few months before his 10th birthday. It is certainly the hardest time for all of us. Ben lived a short life, but gave us a lot of joy, happiness, and beautiful memories. We really appreciate you all for your sympathy and condolences during our time of loss. Your wonderful memories of him and kind words have helped us overcome the sorrow. We are so grateful to have the school and community close by as we grieve Ben's untimely death. Warm regards, Mr. and Mrs. Lee, Benjamin's parents. At this time, I'd ask that you please join me in a moment of silence to honor Benjamin. Thank you. I have a brief statement to make at this time. As a member of this board, I appreciate the participation of the public, and there's a lot of you here tonight, and the interest of community members in the constant improvement of Poway Unified School District. The best outcomes really only happen when we all maintain civility and collegiality as we work together to make Poway Unified School District successful. As a district, our #1 priority is serving our students, and we must remember that. We must remember that we all serve as role models to our students. In addition, as the governing body of this school district, the board has a duty to ensure that PowayUSD is a safe and positive place to learn and work. The board has a duty to provide a safe and secure learning environment for all our students. And the board has a duty to provide a safe and secure working environment for our teachers, staff, and administrators. Part of that duty means protecting our students and employees from harassment and discrimination, whether that harassment comes from a fellow student or employee, from a supervisor, a vendor, parent, or from a member of the community. If our students and employees do not feel safe at school or work, they cannot effectively engage in and support the fine work happening in our classrooms. With the collaboration of faculty, staff, students, board, and community, we can all ensure that Poway Unified School District continues to be a safe, positive, and successful place to learn and work. Thank you very much, and with that, I note our members in attendance. Everyone is here. Welcome to the public. Goes to Mr. Pujar.
Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Board of Education. Item C is placed on our agenda to enable members of our community to bring items that are not placed anywhere else on the agenda to the board's attention. If you would like to address the board on any agenda item, please complete a speaker slip. All requests to speak must be submitted to the executive assistant to the board before the agenda item comes up. If you are interested in requesting an agenda item be pulled for public discussion from Section E, Consent Calendar, a speaker slip must be submitted to the executive assistant now, as approval of the consent calendar is one of the first items up for approval. The board is responsible for setting policy and direction for the students at Poway Unified School District. It is important to the community that civility and good role modeling be a very real part of our meetings. Students are always present at board meetings, and our meetings are live streamed via the internet, and recorded copies are posted to the PowayUSD district website. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, with a maximum of 15 minutes per side of each topic unless waived by the board president. There will be a 30-second warning when time is running out. Speakers may only speak on one topic under item C and may not defer their speaking time to another individual. Vulgarity and profanity will not be allowed. If you have a complaint or charge against a specific PowayUSD employee, it is recommended that you submit a formal complaint as outlined in our board procedure 4.106.2. The final step in this process provides the board the ability to hear an appeal of the complaint if the board so chooses. If you are voicing a complaint against an employee, in order to protect the employee's right to adequate notice before a hearing of such complaint, and to preserve the ability of the board to legally consider the complaint in any subsequent evaluation of the employee, it is the policy of the board to hear the complaint in closed session. If you have any written materials for the board to review that would provide more specific information, please submit them to the executive assistant. The Brown Act does not permit board action or extend a discussion of any item not on the agenda, but your concerns will be referred to staff. With that said, welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Pujar. Agenda item A6 is the approval of our minutes, and we have several to go through. I'll first take a motion to approve the April 5th minutes.
Second.
On a motion by Ms. Beatty, second by Mr. Zane. Any discussion? I had noted that on H703, Associate Superintendent of Human Resources should read Associate Superintendent of Personnel Services. Are there any other changes to suggest? Would you entertain an amendment to your motion?
Okay. I move to approve the friendly amendment to change from Human Resources to Associate Superintendent of Personnel Services.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. The April 24th special meeting minutes.
Move to approve.
On a motion by Mr. Zane, second by Mr. Patapow. Are there any discussion, any other changes? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? That motion passes unanimously. And finally, the special meeting of May 18th.
Move to approve.
Second.
On a motion by Mr. Zane, second by Mr. Patapow. Any further discussion or changes on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item, approval of the agenda sequence. And we've got a few things. I'll go to Dr. Robertson on this.
Thank you, Madam President. What we'd like to do is to pull forward our local control plan. We have a group of administrators that are going to be sharing what our work has been and what our work is moving forward, and we'd like the community to hear that. And in addition to that, we'd like to bring forward for a first reading also the proposed budget that goes hand in hand there. At the request of our board members, we are going to bring the recommendations for the Budget Review Advisory Committee, BRAC, and the ETAC, Educational Technology Advisory Committee. In addition, I would like to pull F211 from the agenda altogether for further review. I'd like to move D602 to an item H4. 602 is the appointment of Mr. Sellers, person to the BRAC committee. And so since that is an appointment, it's an information item for the board. And we'd like to pull forward D601, and that will be the introduction of our student board member for the 2016-17 school year.
Any discussion from board members? Slight correction, I think D602 should be moved to G as information, not H. Okay. Anything else that any other board member would like to, any other discussion on this? With the changes suggested by Dr. Robertson, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
On a motion by Mr. Zane, second by Ms. Beatty. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? The approval of the agenda sequence passes unanimously. Approval of the consent calendar is A8. Dr. Robertson, would you like to present?
Pull that one up. Presented to the board are the items for the consent calendar. It's come to my attention that E104 would like to be addressed by one of the members of the public. So I'd like to pull that agenda item out for order.
And I'll go down the row here to ask if anyone would like to pull anything. I'll start with Mr. Pujar.
No, thank you.
Mr. Sellers.
E318, please.
Ms. Beatty.
E305.
Mr. Padbow. Mr. Zane.
E206.
And nothing additional for me. So with that, I'd like to take a moment to reorder my binder, and then we can move along. Actually, I can, yes, let me take a moment here. Let me see, Thank you for your indulgence there while we're reordering our binders here. Next up is our student board representative reports. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's start with Ella Smith from Westview. Welcome.
Good evening. It is an honor to report once more to the Board of Education as we wrap up a memorable school year at Westview High School. I am anxious, as always, to share with you a bit of the amazing things happening at Westview High School. Our athletes are wrapping up their spring sports seasons, and as always, it's great to see Wolverines set high records and equally high spirits. Some of our highlights include boys swim team that took home 7th in CIFs, gymnastics that took home 5th in CIFs, and our boys volleyball team that took 1st in the Palomar League Championship. We attribute a lot of our athletic success to retiring athletic director Coach Carter, who was named the San Diego Athletic Director of the Year. Thank you, Coach Carter, for your 30 years of service to our district. One of our Westview seniors was named as one of the 160 students in the nation for the U.S. Presidential Scholar Award. Out of thousands, he is just one of a couple in the state alone. Big congratulations to Emmett Pert. And just a few weekends ago, just over 800 students boarded the USS Midway for our prom, Moonlight Voyage. We were excited for an evening with a DJ, a live band, a plethora of food, flight simulators, aircrafts open for viewing, and a new progressive prom court. Traditionally, prom court at Westview has consisted of a queen, a king, and 2 jesters. That's worked for years, but in ASB, we always strive to reevaluate ourselves and our traditions. On a campus with non-straight and non-binary students, we decided that prom royalty should be more inclusive than more than just a queen and a king. So our prom royalty consists of 3 students who receive the highest popular vote from their senior class, regardless of gender. This allows for anyone, regardless of gender or sexuality, to feel welcome and encouraged to represent their class as prom royalty. While this change may be uncomfortable for some, as change often is, we are assured that we are being the most accepting of all students and are excited to execute the system for both prom and homecoming. On May 26, Westview senior Kat Malari orchestrated an all-school lip dub. A lip dub combines lip singing and audio dubbing to create a continuous, unedited, one-take music video. 74 groups came together. This includes 3/4 of our sports teams, 2/3 of all of our clubs, and nearly all of our electives. We estimated nearly 1,800 students and staff coming together to film this 15-minute video. There's something truly special about that. There's something truly special when your robotics students join with the theater students and the football players and the surf club to rally together in a common effort to ignite and celebrate school spirit. And it never stops. The next day, we came together yet again for our end-of-the-year rally, themed Sandlot. We had fun filming the last segment of the lip dub with a balloon drop from the gym ceiling. When it comes to the end-of-the-year rallies, my favorite part is always highlighting our students. We honored athletes, showcased 3 clubs of the year, and celebrated the talent of dance team and the sincere effort to dance of Westview staff members who joined dance troupe in a student choreographed piece of I Don't Dance from High School Musical 2. Thank you for your time this evening. Happy summer, and now more than ever, it's never been better to be a Westview Wolverine.
Thank you, Ella. I saw one rehearsal of the intro to the lip dub where everybody's running and your principal's bringing up the rear. It was fun. I did. Thank you. Next, we have Jalen Rasul from Rancho Bernardo High School.
Oh, I forgot something. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jalen Rasul, and I'm the representative from Rancho Bernardo High School. There's a lot of things to be proud of at Rancho Bernardo High School this month. 2 weeks ago, we held our annual Staff Appreciation Week, where each day the staff was treated with snacks, prizes, and a barbecue lunch at the end of the week. Last week was our end of the year Spirit Week, which we had the theme Nemo, just keep swimming. And each day was themed with different ocean themes. During our Celebrate Assembly on Friday, a representative from the Anti-Defamation League presented RBHS with our No Place for Hate banner, which we have been working towards for the last couple years. Prom was very successful, and the theme, Taking It Back to the 20s, was super popular. We had casinos, desserts, mocktails, and Cal State San Marcos is a great location. This year's dance program has had 3 sellout nights, which is the most they've ever done, so that's pretty awesome. Our choir did their Broadway review last week and also had a packed house 2 nights in a row. Band and orchestra held their annual shows at the Escondido Charter High School Center. And boys golf and girls track and field earned second place runner-up awards. There are also lots of things to be excited about and working on at Rancho Bernardo High School. Seniors are excited about graduation and other senior activities. This year's grad night is themed Aloha, and parents are getting ready to start building. The 4x4 schedule has been built, and counselors are now putting their finishing touches on class schedules. With 2 weeks left, students are finishing up finals and getting ready for their summer break started. Everyone is happy AP and SBAC testing is over, including the staff. Finally, this Wednesday is our Color Guard Showcase, and Friday is our Senior Improv Night, where our seniors will take the stage one last time at RBHS. Thank you for inviting me to share with you. Thank you for inviting us to share with you what's going on at RBHS. Have a wonderful summer. And here's the banner we got presented. Mr. Lemaster wanted me to share it.
Where are you going to hang it? Do you have a plan for where you'll hang that banner? Do you have a plan for where it'll hang?
I don't know yet.
Somewhere prominent. I love it. Very nice. From Poway High School, Simon Shapiro.
Good evening. The end of the school year is upon us, and students are studying rigorously for their finals. Though this is a serious time, as it is the end of our semester grading period, Titans are still enjoying their days as they are packed with the usual influx of end-of-the-year activities. At the beginning of the month, ASB put on Poway High's first annual dodgeball tournament, which was a huge success with a large turnout from the student body. ASB also rolled out Summer Spirit Week, a 5-day period where each day had a theme students could dress up for. The week was planned around Big Splash, the name for our annual pep rally that takes place at our pool with the purpose of honoring our water sports athletes. Outside of athletics, the hard work of our performing arts programs paid off visibly with the spectacular final performances that amassed large audiences. Though many intriguing events happened over the course of May, perhaps in the midst of the spotlight was the final presentations of this year's senior projects. Seniors labored all year long to either learn a new avocation, complete a job shadowing program, or to create an event that was beneficial to the community. Earlier this month, seniors presented their hard work to a panel of juniors, community members, and teachers. The usual end-of-the-year excitement has surrounded our seniors, as many of them have by this point finalized their plans for after high school. They are also currently taking their final exams and get to look forward to the post-graduation celebration, which this year is themed as Carnival, which I have been told is the Brazilian name for their Mardi Gras celebration. Also, upon listening to my fellow board reps, I realized I somehow forgot prom. So prom was themed Night at the Grammys, and it took place at the Broadway Port Pavilion, and we had a fantastic evening with a great DJ, a flipbook photo studio, a green screen area, and free crepes. And from what I heard, it was just great feedback and a great night. So, it was also recently announced that Poway will be switching over to a trimester system in the school year of 2017 to 2018. The adoption of this new system has received mixed responses from the student body. However, the majority of students are excited for a change and look forward to what is to come. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to present to you on behalf of Poway High. It has been a pleasurable experience, and I look forward to coming back at the beginning of next school year. Thank you.
We'll look forward to seeing you then. From Mount Carmel High School, Kevin Benavente.
Good evening, PowayUSD board members. My name is Kevin Benavente, and I'm a senior at Mount Carmel. I'm very happy to share some of the latest developments in our school community. Of course, preparations for all of the senior activities are well underway. At our upcoming retreat, we will be listening to one of POSD's favorite motivational speakers, Keith Hawkins. Next Tuesday, Mount Carmel will be hosting a senior awards night to honor students who are the recipients of local scholarships and departmental awards. The following day is our senior picnic, which kicks off the official countdown to graduation. The seniors have completed the senior survey and are ready to check out. Many of our athletics programs competed in the CIF playoffs, including the girls gymnastics team and boys baseball team. I'm proud to report that our boys volleyball team, girls swim and dive team, and boys track and field team were recently crowned CIF champions. All of their efforts will be acknowledged at our annual athletic awards night tomorrow night, when we will also announce our athletes and student athletes of the year. Our performing arts programs gave us more stellar productions, including a Legends concert by the choir and the annual dance and band concerts in the spring. The ASB and PTSA did a great job of recognizing our teachers during Teacher Appreciation Week. Recently, Christiana Jenny was awarded Teacher of the Year for the local Veterans of Foreign Wars for her commitment to teaching and civic duty. Finally, we recently had our Sun Devil Standout Breakfast, where each teacher honors one student for his or her outstanding contributions in class and our school. A total of 80 students and their families were treated to breakfast with our teachers. It's been my honor to speak with you. On behalf of the Sun Devil community, thank you, and I hope you have a great summer.
From Del Norte, Reagan Cloutier. Cloutier?
Yeah.
I'm going to get it eventually. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education. I'm happy to be back presenting to you the awesome things that are happening in the nest. As the year is coming to a close, 7 more days for anyone not counting, Nighthawks are gearing up for finals. This is our seniors' last week of school, and they will be taking their finals at the end of the week. It's bittersweet to see them getting ready to leave the nest, but we know that they're ready. Nighthawks earlier this month wrapped up their AP exam. 900 kids signed up and over 2,000 exams were taken. We are so proud of all the hard work they've put into their coursework. Our junior class also hosted Del Norte's 2016 prom at USD, also themed the Roaring Twenties. It was an amazing night. Future focused. Our baseball team defeated Mount Carmel 5-4 on Friday, and they will advance in CIF championship play. We are excited to see what is to come. Our volleyball team is also the CIF Division I runner-ups. Our girls track and field came in 3rd place and boys 4th place in the CIF championship meet. We are so proud of them and all of their accomplishments. On Friday, our ASB put on the last pep rally of the year. It was beach themed and included performances from our hip-hop and breakdance team. Our baseball boys also made an appearance, dancing to a mashup of several different songs. It was a sight to be seen. We hosted our senior awards night and recognized some of the class of 2016 standouts for their amazing character and all their hard work. ASB also hosted an alumni panel where several of our Nighthawk alums came back and spoke to current students about life in college and beyond. Globally aware. ASB also hosted our first ever Each Mind Matters week, promoting the spread of mental health awareness. This week included a pledge, a student panel, and other awareness activities. Almost 80 Nighthawks signed up to give blood a few weeks ago with the San Diego Blood Bank. We're still waiting on the final count, but we know we raised a lot. Thank you so much for listening, and as always, today is a great day to be a Nighthawk. I look forward to seeing you all in the fall.
And last but not least, from Abraxas High School, Brendan Edwards. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Good things are happening at Abraxas. My name is Brendan, and I am a student in the transition program. Several of the transition students have been invited to do presentations throughout the county on the use of their device and disability awareness. 2 students from the transition program have received direct hire positions. Jason Powell was hired at Phil's Barbecue. Andrea Esperanza was hired at Poway Vons. The transition student assembled 2,500 conference giveaway bags for the county of San Diego and assembled 50 math kits for the high school math teachers in POSD. Abraxas also always participates in Pasta for Pennies, which raises money for a cure for leukemia. This year, $472.59 was raised, and Dennis Watson's class won the lunch-in, being the top earning class. Abraxas Garden harvested 50 pounds of produce and made their first donation to the Backyard Produce Project to help provide fresh vegetables for the local food bank. We are hosting another blood drive at Abraxas on June 2nd. We have already met our benchmark to earn $500 from the Red Cross. If we donate another 44 pints, we are entered into a drawing for another $1,000. So come to Abraxas and donate. To celebrate the blood drive donation, all multiple donors were invited to the first annual donors lunch-in. Field Day, June 3rd, is our second annual field day, where each homeroom puts together carnival booths and students and staff compete for prizes. Our former counselor intern Morgan Urban is returning to run this event. This event won her top prize in a competition in Portugal for academic excellence in action research for developing this event at Abraxas. Morgan recently graduated from USD. June 8th's leadership class is putting on a lunch-in at the Brookview Senior Housing. Thanks all from Abraxas. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you to all our student board reps this evening, and you are, of course, welcome to stay, but if you have homework at the end of the year, I don't know, but if you'd like to leave, feel free. Oh, finals, there it is. All right, yes. Thanks for being here. Agenda item B2A is the superintendent's briefing. Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we are proud to have several district, staff, and school recognitions in our agenda. I'd like to encourage all of you to go through them in our books. There's many things to be proud of, but since we have such a long agenda, I'd like to keep my comments brief. So at this time, we'd like to honor our AVID 8th grade standouts. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. AVID's mission is to close the achievement gap by preparing all students for college readiness and success in a global society. Every year, one 8th grader from each PUSD middle school is selected as an AVID standout. These outstanding students are selected by their AVID coordinator for their strong academic performance, college potential, and commitment to their community. As Associate Superintendent Tracy Hogarth calls your name, please come to the front with your advisor and principal and any family members you may have to receive your certificate and medal and take a photo with myself and Board President Michelle O'Connor-Radcliffe. Who will read about the first one?
Ready?
Yep.
We're going to start off with Bernardo Heights Middle School. Samantha Taubman is the AVID standout. Liz Campos, the AVID coordinator, and Tim Beeland, principal. Samantha, come on up. Samantha contributes to AVID by being a leader on campus and representing what a true AVID student embodies. She encourages other AVID students to work hard, give back to the community, and accept others for who they are. Samantha is pure and kind-hearted. She encompasses the true meaning of what it means to be genuine and authentic. Congratulations, Samantha. From Black Mountain Middle School, we have Maria Gannon, AVID standout. Maria, come on up. We also have Danielle Broxma, the AVID coordinator and teacher, and Sharon Kirpalani, the principal. Maria is a kind, respectful, and passionate individual. She has overcome personal obstacles in her lifetime and has done so with courage and tenacity. Our Avid family is strengthened and motivated by her positive mindset and resiliency. Congratulations, Maria. From Meadowbrook Middle School, we have Trevor Mathis, our Avid standout. Trevor, come on up. We have Kay McKeffey, the Avid coordinator and teacher, and the assistant principal, Hamina Omoto. Come on, family, come on up. Come on up. Trevor excels at every requirement of the Avid elective. He has shown improvement in his academics, and he enriches the lives of others. Trevor demonstrates a willingness and ability to support his peers, and he embraces participating and giving back to his community. Meadowbrook Middle School is proud that he is representing our school as our 8th grade Avid standout. Congratulations, Trevor. Mesa Verde Middle School, Claire Buckley is our Avid standout. Come on up, Claire, bring your family. Amy McCoy is the Avid coordinator and teacher, and the principal is Cliff Mitchell. Claire helps students around her and is always striving to do her best and improve herself. She is a hard worker, has a positive attitude in class, and she is always respectful. Claire consistently brings a lot to the Avid elective, students, and teacher. Our class would not be the same without her. Congratulations, Claire. Oak Valley Middle School's Avid standout is Nikki Azimi. Come on up with your family. Alyssa Dykes is the Avid coordinator and teacher, and Casey Kerrigan is our principal. Nikki is a model Avid student. She's always striving to be the best she can be. Not only is Nikki a natural leader and the heart of our Avid family, she goes above and beyond in all her academic classes. Her teachers rave about how determined and hardworking she is in their courses. Nikki has a kind of heart and the motivation to do amazing things in this world. Congratulations, Nikki. Twin Peaks Middle School Avid standout is Lucas Ginsberg. Come on up with your family. Vicky Matatia is the Avid coordinator, and Kelly Burke is the principal. Lucas is the ideal Avid student. His exemplar personality embodies the 8 pillars of character. Lucas' hard work, perseverance, and determination not only inspire his peers, but his family and the teachers too. Lucas understands that Avid is the vehicle to get him to his dreams and goals. Lucas will be the first Avid surgeon from Twin Peaks, and we're excited to join him on his journey to greatness. Congratulations.
And thank you and congratulations to all of our Avid standouts, their families, and all of the schools. The teachers have supported them and the administrators. All right, next we'd like to honor our gold ribbon schools. Adobe Bluffs Elementary School, Los Panucitos Elementary School, and Willow Grove Elementary School have all been announced as recipients of the 2016 California Gold Ribbon School Award. Across California, 160 elementary schools have been honored under the new Gold Ribbon Schools Awards program, which is temporarily taking the place of the California Distinguished Schools program. The schools were chosen based on a model program or practice their schools adopted that includes standards-based activities, projects, strategies, and practices that can be replicated by other local educational agencies. These schools were honored at a ceremony in Anaheim early this month with State Superintendent Tom Torlakson. So at this time, I'd like to bring up all the schools, their principals, and all of their teams forward for one group Gold Ribbon Schools picture. If you can all come on forward. they're going to take it all themselves. Congratulations to you all, and we'll see you at the Rancho Bernardo Spirit of the Fourth Parade. I'd also like to update all of you on the FERPA breach. I wanted to share with you what's happened since the board's special session. On May 19th, as directed by the board, the district sent out a detailed communication to the community about what happened and what is being done to prevent it from happening again. If you haven't read it, I encourage you to do so. It's posted under public notices on the district website, and it addresses many questions and concerns. Since then, the district has been answering individual questions and parent concerns that have come into the info@PowayUSD.com email box, and we have moved the handling of the Public Records Act process from an outside attorney to internal staff. The district will be adopting a new policy regarding access to district records as soon as possible, and additionally, the district will ensure ongoing training is provided for all personnel involved in PRA requests. We'll also be working with an attorney, Scott Kohler, from the Baker Hostetler firm in Los Angeles to conduct a formal technical and administrative risk assessment to identify potential vulnerabilities in data storage and transmission, analyze PSD's business practices, and create an incident response plan. So that's what we have in place right now, and we are diligently working on that as this is a big concern for all of us too. I also want to take a moment to talk about the brush fire last week in Forest Ranch. Many thanks to our first responders as well as our transportation department and our staffs at Oak Valley Middle School, Stone Ranch Elementary, Westview High School, Turtleback Elementary, Design 39 Campus, Del Sur Elementary, and Del Norte High School. They all acted quickly and professionally to keep our students safe and maintain open communication with the district's Emergency Operations Center. About 100 students and staff were evacuated from Oak Valley Middle School to Westview, where all students were picked up by their parents by 5:15. The process went smoothly and calmly thanks to the hard work of all the teams at PUSD at our campuses. And before concluding my report tonight, I'd like to turn it back over to President O'Connor Radcliffe, who has a special presentation to make.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. This evening, we're going to be welcoming our student board member for the next school year, but this means we're also going to be bidding farewell to our current student board member, Neil Pujar. Neil has been a really tremendous addition to the Board of Education, and he also, as part of that role, serves on the Superintendent's Student Advisory Committee this year. For me, there are simply not enough superlatives to describe Mr. Pujar, but I'm going to try to give you a little bit here. Neil took his seat with the school board in August and has steadily impressed with his mature thought process and approach to real problems. Our board meetings this past year have been marked by Neil's very eloquent and passionate comments about the importance of respectful language, decorum, modeling behavior that students can emulate. He really lives his words. And I feel like his mere presence here at our meetings reminds the board and our audience that we are ultimately here for our students. All of our decisions and discussions have to reflect that priority. He's been proactive. He's been a thoughtful advocate for issues that are important to him and to our district students, and not just him, really students at every level, and he's very connected with them. I really expect nothing less than an immediate, positive, meaningful impact from him at the next stage of his education at UC San Diego. They are very lucky, and although this kind of feels like goodbye, we've still got one more meeting next month, but school will be out. So since UCSD is nearby, I look forward to hearing from you. I think we all do, as you continue your education and begin your career ultimately. Thank you for your service to our students, our staff members, and our board. And as a token of our thanks here, we've got a little something for you. And with that, we'll move on to our board member reports. Would you like to start us off, Mr. Pujar?
Sure.
All right.
Hello, Board, Superintendent's Cabinet, PUSD staff, and community. I hope all of you had a fabulous Memorial Day holiday yesterday. This past month has been very busy for us at our schools as we wind down the school year, and I have lots of fun things to share with you all tonight. Here are some of the things I've been up to. On April 30th, I attended the Future Now conference at Design 39 campus and had the opportunity to co-lead a breakout session about student voice and choice in education. We had over 300 attendees from all over the state of California come to visit our school right here in Poway Unified for a day of learning and professional growth surrounding the future of education. A special thank you to Howard Chan and the Design 39 campus team for organizing such a fantastic event. Also, thank you to our attendees for making hashtag EdChatSD the top trending Twitter hashtag in San Diego for the weekend. As many of you know, I have been a part of the Tech Steering Committee, and this past month we have been hard at work developing a strategic vision for the district's technology goals. The committee is formed of many key stakeholders around the district, including teachers, classified staff, union leaders, administrators, and students. We also have had the privilege of collaborating with local tech leaders and entrepreneurs on the committee, and their insights have been essential in guiding our work. From a student perspective, it's been really interesting to see the great work the group has done to create some key focus areas that will help our district guide their tech implementation plans. I am personally very proud of the work being done, and I look forward to presenting the finished project to you in June. On May 17th, Design 39 campus had a special visit from Google. Board President O'Connor Ratcliffe and I visited Design 39 campus to try out the company's Google Expeditions virtual reality system. The headset works with the smartphone to allow kids to visit any part of the world without having to actually travel there. It's really neat. What's also awesome about it is that there's a teacher app on a tablet, and they can connect with the kids, and they can basically point them to different areas on the map to connect the topics to what they're seeing on the virtual reality headset. Kids can also create their own Google Expeditions using the tablet app. The kids really loved it. A special thank you to Google Education, Megan Power, Patrick De La Cruz, Brenda Gillis, and the Design 39 campus team for organizing this fantastic experience. On a side note, the experience also convinced our board president to buy her own personal virtual reality headset. On May 20th, I got to attend the Del Sur Heritage Night at Del Sur Elementary with my family. We had over 18 countries represented at the event, and kids could visit each of the countries' booths to get their passports stamped and learn more about different cultures. The best part was the International Food Court, which featured local restaurants and home-cooked meals with cuisines from around the world. And the student performances were incredible. Special thank you to Hillary Balanon and Doug Johnson at Del Sur for putting on such an incredible event. And this past Thursday, Dr. Robertson and I visited Tierra Bonita Elementary School for their annual visit from Apple. As many of you know, Tierra Bonita has been recognized as one of the few Apple Distinguished Schools around the country for their innovative use of Apple products in the classroom. The tour group featured educators from around the country and was led by Principal Mandy Bedard and representatives from Apple. It was truly amazing to see the kids' engagement as they explored and tackled real-world problems and the teachers' excitement with the new technology. Built in 1974, Tierra Bonita is living proof that you don't need a fancy building to change the way we educate. I am very inspired by the incredible work being done at that school to personalize learning and integrate tech in the classroom. Thank you to Principal Mandy Bedard for the invite. And on Friday, this is really cool, I had the chance to watch the Pod C kindergartners at D39C present their dream house designs to a panel of local community designers, real estate agents, and architecture professionals. I have seen the kids work on their projects for the past couple of weeks, and I, as well as their visitors, were amazed by the finished products. This powerful project tied together so many different content areas, including space, geography, geometry, comparing and contrasting, and storytelling. Kids chose locations around the world, researched building materials for houses suited to the climate in their location, and analyzed floor plans of local model homes. They then created their own floor plans and designed architectural models of their houses. After this, they presented their findings to our panel. And let me remind you, these are kindergartners, 4- and 5-year-olds. Awesome job, Megan Power and Amy Fosick, for facilitating this project. And as many of you know, this is my last board meeting of the school year. If there's one thing that serving on the board has taught me, it's that our actions have an impact. I've learned that effective teams operate on a foundation of trust, empathy, and understanding. Throughout the year, I have come to appreciate that every single one of us in this room is here for a reason, and that's because all of us care passionately about our district. We're a team, and I would like to take a moment to thank everyone in the audience who regularly attends these meetings for being a part of our community and for sharing your voice. We might not always agree on the best path forward, and that's totally okay. Differing perspectives are a fact of life, and dialogue is essential for us to seek common ground, push new ideas, and create amazing things. However, how we choose to handle disagreements is just as important. As we work together to push our district forward, I have learned how our actions and words have an impact on those around us. In the words of Maya Angelou, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. I have personally learned a lot from serving on the board and wouldn't trade this experience for anything. I'm constantly inspired by the amazing people and things happening in our district, and I am proud to be a part of Team PUSD. I look forward to introducing our next student board member, Ella Smith from Westview High School, and I'm confident this position will be in very capable hands. It has been a privilege and honor to have served as your student board member for this school year. I'll be graduating next week from Del Norte, and I'm excited to attend UCSD in the fall. I would like to combine my interests in psychology, economics, management science, and organizational innovation. At least that's my plan for now. And this may change. So what this also means is that I'll continue to be in the San Diego area, not Berkeley. And who knows, you might see me in the audience someday. Thank you, guys.
I too attended the Del Sur Family Heritage Night that Neil made reference to. He gave a very apt description of it, so I'm not going to repeat it or try to compete with it. I did see some of our fellow administrators there, Eric Leahy, Kimberly Renz, acting superintendent. Robertson was there, and it really was a great time. It was amazing how much effort was put in, how much pride people take in their cultural heritage, and how much fun we have sharing in heritages that are not our own. So I really thought it was great. The only other thing I want to mention is I want to take a moment to send my condolences to the friends and family of Wayne Rounsavelle. Wayne was a member of our Budget Review Advisory Committee and an active citizen in PUSD. And I personally will miss his engagement and his commitment to all things student-related and other things as well. Wayne and I disagreed on a great many things, but as many things as we disagreed on, we found that we had a lot more in common than we disagreed on, and I think that's probably the case with darn near anybody. So I'm going to miss Wayne, and he was active and engaged, which unfortunately in our society is the exception, not the rule. And I wish him peace, and I wish his family peace as well. Thank you.
I echo your sentiments about Wayne. I actually just discovered a text on my phone from Wayne after we had a phone conversation, and it said, God bless Wayne. I'm gonna, we've got a big agenda, so I'll make my remarks brief, which is difficult this time of year because there's always just a ton of things going on. So I just wanted to mention a few events that I was honored to be a part of. We had 2 different days honoring our PUSD employees, the PUSD Service Awards for employees who've served for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And that was great. That was right here. We also had the always awesome bus driver breakfast with some board members, fellow board member, or former board member, management, cooking breakfast for the bus drivers and us honored guests. And I also attended the SWAC meeting. They hold monthly meetings on first, can't remember which Wednesday of the month, but the one from last month was particularly good. You know, there's more and more discussion about mental health issues and not having those stigmatized. And here we had some presentations from the county offices regarding the services that they offer, mainly for underserved communities and families. We also enjoyed the other annual breakfast, the Palomar Council PTA breakfast, and we just got to see and hear about all, well, not all of them, but a lot of our fantastic volunteers throughout our district. Mr. Sellers and I also attended a forum put on by the Poway Parents Group, PPG, on myopia and computer usage, and that was put on by some doctors in the field, and that was also very informative. And I, this last month, was able to introduce the Community Food Bank to our head of Students in Transition, which is our homeless population here in Poway Unified, is part of the our student support services, and was able to make the connection between the Community Food Bank, which is over behind Trinity Church on Twin Peaks Road there, and they're doing great stuff there. Mr. Zane and I also attended a meeting with some of our colleagues, staff colleagues at the City of Poway, to discuss some partnerships, some joint use agreements, and also there was recognition of the work that our district's done to reduce water consumption, mainly on the outside, and those accolades were extended to our Director of Facilities, Mike Tarantino, who will be retiring soon this summer. And it was really an impressive group of people. It's really we had two council members there, the mayor, Steve Voss, and Dave Grosch, their city manager, and other staff members, and they had compiled reports for us, and it was really well done, and I enjoyed that interaction. And congratulations to Mount Carmel for all the 3 CI finals. I got to see throughout the season. Got to see some fantastic student athletic ability for track and field, not just at Mount Carmel, but throughout our school district. And what's really impressive is how many of our students are ranked in the top 10 in the county. So that was really enjoyable to watch. I was also invited to, got to see a TEDx put on at RB High. This was organized completely by students from RB High, and that was a really neat production. They really worked hard and did a great job putting this forum on the TEDx, which is independently run and connected with TED Talks. And lastly, I am looking forward to participating in 8th grade promotion at Bernardo Heights Middle School and the graduation ceremonies at Del Norte High School. And I'm sorry, I said I would be brief, and it wasn't as brief as I thought. Thank you.
You know, there's a lot of similarities between all these activities, the SWAC, the parent groups, volunteers. That's what makes our district great. We have so many volunteers. I don't know, last I heard we had over 10,000 volunteers out there that contribute to our schools, whether it be on a one-to-one tutoring program, whatever it is, feeding our seniors, especially the Palomar Health Council. They come together and they offer all kinds of services, and our schools are involved. And then the one program that is especially important to our families in our district, some of them, is the collection of fruit from the various trees around the area in Poway, and then they distribute it to the needy, and the thousands of pounds of fruit and vegetables, which is fantastic. It started as an idea at Palomar Health, just as the running program started at the elementary schools. That started at Palomar Council. The ideas come from one person and they spread, and it's fantastic. The other thing that happened was that there's going to be an emergency care center opening up in Poway, on Poway Road, where the old, there was a restaurant there on Poway Road that burned down. I forgot what was it? Wendy's. And that burned down and left a vacant lot, which was fantastic for some people, because they're going to create an emergency care center there. They have half the money collected. They're shooting for $3 million, and I think they've got over $1.5 million already collected. So that's in the near future in 2017 or 2018. And then I was at the bus driver's pancake breakfast. I'm one of the ones that flipped the pancakes. And I'll tell you, I never flipped so many pancakes in my life. But it was a very congenial group. It was nice to talk to the bus drivers, and they appreciated us being out there and assisting them. And Neil, I want to give you my personal thank you. You've been a ray of sunshine when all else fails. I mean, you can see the adults sometimes get out of whack, and here he sits, a young, mature, budding star that's coming up, and he's just all smiles, and he says the right words at the right time. It's unbelievable. You got some big shoes to fill. But anyway, we'll welcome you aboard. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Like my colleagues, I will endeavor to be very brief. We do have a very long agenda this evening. First and foremost, I hope everybody took an opportunity this weekend to pause and reflect and give thanks for those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. I know that I'm very grateful for those who have served, and again, given the ultimate sacrifice. I want to thank the senator from Del Norte, Mr. Pujar. Thank you very much for all of your service here, and you will be missed, and we hope we stay in contact. I also drove to Anaheim for the California Gold Ribbon Schools presentation, which was really amounted to a photo with Superintendent Torlakson. And am I wrong? I also attended the Palomar Council PTA breakfast in recognition of all the volunteer service of the good folks in our district. Ditto what Board Member Beatty said regarding the PUSD City of Poway Committee. Very productive meeting. I was honored to serve for the second year as the MC for the Character and Ethics Film Festival at the Poway Performing Arts Center. A great program, great video productions, shorts that the students at every grade level produce. And I think they're all online now, if I'm not mistaken, so I encourage you to go check them out. And then very briefly, and I'll get in more detail next month, I visited a bunch of school sites. I had to reschedule a bunch of school sites due to work and illness, but it continues to be a rewarding experience getting out to the sites and seeing the teachers do what they do best, the principals, the administrators, the support staff, and of course the students being happy and learning. So thank you very much.
Halfway through my term now as board president, I spend a very large amount of my time out in the field, as it were. Since our last board meeting, I spent approximately 13 hours at school sites around the district. And at every school I visit, I'm consistently impressed and really a little overwhelmed by the innovation and commitment of our educators and our staff and our administrators. They're really the core of our educational mission, and it's thanks to them that PUSD continues to provide one of the best public educations in the nation. So thank you to those people. I spent 16 hours over the last month at events honoring the work and accomplishments of our PUSD community. And this is not just our staff, but also our students, from the Excellence in Education in Special Education Awards to the Bus Driver Appreciation Breakfast, the Gold Ribbon School Awards in Anaheim. It was a good picture. The Crystal Apple Awards for teachers and the PTA Recognition Breakfast. But for all these successes that we get to celebrate, the first half of my term as president has also been a time of some change and some upheaval at the district level. And, well, most of you know, our board had to place our superintendent on leave. We're facing the retirement of some of our senior administrators, a couple sitting up here, in fact. We've recently suffered a disappointing failure in our internal controls that resulted in that inadvertent disclosure of confidential information to a parent in the district. So another key part of my job is to be the bridge between the community and the district, and hold our district to a high standard, making sure that our teachers and our staff receive the support they need to succeed. This is all part of it. So for every hour I spend, as I put it, in the field, I've spent at least that much time talking to community members, staff, administration, education experts, even policy experts, and fellow board members about how we can fix the things that have gone a little bit wrong, and to build some better controls and accountability into our processes at the district level. It's really quite a challenge to bring that volume of input together, and it's a messy, ongoing process, and I anticipate it's going to continue well into the future, you know, into our next superintendent even. And for all these difficulties, I'd really, really like to commend our district staff for their commitment to our students, and specifically mention the 3 associate superintendents sitting here who have really stepped up in extraordinary ways to meet the recent challenges, particularly Acting Superintendent Mel Robertson here. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the many people who have reached out to me over the past month. I really have received some unprecedented levels of support and encouragement from our PUSD community, from people who really care deeply, who want to be partners in our students' education, and who believe we are on the right track, and I agree with you. So thank you. It really does mean the world to me. As we prepare in just a few days here, I think one of our students counted it down for us. Is it 7 more school days? All right, 7. Sending our students off into summer vacation, and for some, the next phase of their lives, college and beyond. Let's all try to remember, and as I do, that they are the reason that we're all here. So let's make sure we keep doing the best we can for them. Thanks. And I thought we were going to move into our early agenda items, but I think our agenda says public comments now comes before our early agenda items. So we will move on to our public comments at this time. Clerk Patapow. We would, but we didn't move it that way. So let's stick to the order of the agenda. Yeah. Okay. Clerk Patapow.
Our first speaker is Jeff Riley.
Good evening. I'm here to speak about the breach we had. I've contacted every one of you via email. I got one response. Mr. Zane, I would say, yes, you did respond, but it was, I will get back to you. So I'm not really counting that as a response to my question. But he did answer, so thank you for that. No one else has. I don't understand it. I asked 4 simple questions. Why can't we get those answered? You want to bridge the gap. You sit here and bridge it, but ma'am, you didn't even respond to my email saying, hey, we'll look into it. You didn't do that. I understand you're busy, but that was 8 days ago. The superintendent's office sent me the press release that we all had that was vague as can be. It's very simple questions. I understand that we got this one under control. On camera, ma'am, you said and said, on camera, I have the video. I got it from News 8. You said an investigation was underway. The board member that replied to me knew of no investigation going on. So I'm not calling anyone here a liar or anything, but it kind of shows the dysfunction that we're having here. Either 1, there's not one, or 2, other board members don't know. How is that possible when you are in a closed session? Closing your ears? I mean, I don't understand what you. And what is the conclusion of the investigation? You've never came back with anything. That statement was very vague. Have we ensured that this man that was supposed to redact information only did this once? Did you go back and investigate how many times information went through his hands to someone else? No one can give me an answer. Hey, if it was once, okay, it was once, but you won't even respond to that. All we're asking for is basic information. If there's an investigation ongoing, great, tell us it's still ongoing, but you do not respond to anything. Emails. We tried to call. You get nothing. Email me. So all I ask is you respect us and start giving us the information that we asked for. Thank you.
Steve Dow.
Hi, thanks. Steve Dow. I'm a parent of two. I also wanted to talk about the release of sensitive information that, as I understand it, was all students and all parents. I did receive the May 19th email, and I read it, and I know the intent was to mitigate, justifiable parent concerns. I have to say I had a new concern when I read it, though. It says in there, referring to this data, the sensitive data, the district did not give it to anyone else. It's clear in that's what it says. I don't know how you can say that when, that at least one of the spreadsheets that we're talking about was not an independent Excel spreadsheet attached in the CD. It was an attachment to an email from an outside company to the district. So how did that company get that in the first place? So, I mean, barring something that I clearly just must be missing, that's a completely inaccurate statement that you sent to all the parents. I don't know, as a parent, as a taxpayer, I don't know what to do with stuff like that. So just following that up, later on, you're talking about how we've determined there's no danger or threat to our students and families. And how could you possibly determine that? Have you talked to this company, this outside company that had the information? Have you talked to their security team about what they did with the information? Have you talked about firewalls? Have you done any of that? I mean, I'm a concerned parent, and I feel like this is something that partially addresses it, but also kind of is intended almost, it seems as if it's trying to push something under the rug. And I just want to make sure as a concerned parent that that's not what we do. Thank you.
Next speaker is Janine Ugalde. Hope I said that right.
I'm Janine Ugalde. I teach at Rancho Bernardo High School, and Kaylee Lachey filled out a separate form, but we're presenting together. I'm doing more of the Vanna White. She's really presenting.
Just to clarify, each of you can have 3 minutes, but are you going to just
I'm
take
not
3
going to
all
speak.
together, or?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening. We're actually speaking on a very different topic. I'm here as the Vice President of RB's Spoken Word Poetry Club to report the success of our annual poetry showcase in April and encourage the use of creative outlets for high school students. The showcase was made possible through the help of RB Friends of the Library, who provided food and coordinated our sponsor, Mr. Greer. Greer and Associates purchased medals for the winners, and as he was so moved by the students who shared, he generously donated $25 to every student who performed in the showcase. Furthermore, Profe Rizzo and Froy Knoy required their students to submit poetry for the advanced Spanish and German classes. Even AP Art was involved, because their art was featured both in the pamphlets for the show and our poetry book, which is composed of all the submissions. None of this would have been possible without the help of Mr. Mason, who founded this showcase and coordinated our judges. Our poetry showcase is unique because it involves an entire community dedicated to the art of spoken word and the importance of self-expression. I'd love to take this time to thank everyone who made the Poetry Showcase at RB High School possible, and I encourage you to join us next year as well as continue supporting creativity in our schools. Thank you.
Kathy? That was Kathy, wasn't it? Okay, Kathy Lachey. Okay, thank you. Okay, our next speaker, Richard Mason. Hard to see you, Richard, when you're usually in the first row.
The first school where I volunteered when I came to California was Bernard Heights Middle School. And I'm here tonight just to express our appreciation to Susan Sheldon, who's the teacher librarian at Bernard Heights Middle School, who is retiring. She maintains a great library, collaborates closely with the teachers. She had 7 years of university and medical and public library experience, and then has had 18 as a middle school librarian. And I just think that she deserves a hand from us all for what she's done. Thank you.
Keith Wilson.
Good evening. At the April school board meeting, trustees Beatty and Sellers put forth an idea that I found very interesting. As I understood his and Kimberly's ideas, that we would take the superintendent and make it 2 positions. One would be in charge of all matters related to education, and the other would be related strictly to business and finance. When PUSD had only a couple of high schools and fewer students, it was feasible to have one person in charge of both education and business. However, today the situation is far different, with PUSD growing into a huge enterprise with over 35,000 students. It is nearly impossible that one person could do justice to both jobs. I think that if we had a superintendent that was exclusively devoted and focused on education, our students would benefit, and the same with the business side of our district. I think our budget would be in much better shape, and I don't think we would have ever had the capital appreciation bonds approved. Unfortunately, it appeared that O'Connor, Zane, and Patapow did not have a clue as to what was being suggested. Mr. Patapow indicated that a background in education was sufficient to handle the very duties of superintendent. That explains why Patapow, with his background in education, voted for the Cabs. That vote was the most grievous mistake ever made in the history of our school district. It also explains why John Collins, with a background in education, also supported the Cabs. It is quite ironic that while we rely on Superintendent Collins to create a budget for the district, he lost his own home to foreclosure. It is even more remarkable when you realize that John Collins is one of the highest paid public servants in California.
That's it. I pressed it 3 minutes just like everyone else. Would you like another minute?
Appreciate it. Thank you. Also at the last board meeting, Mr. Patapow stated that it was not the board's job to micromanage the staff. In logic, that is known as false equivalence. No one ever suggested the board micromanage the staff. However, there is an inherent duty of a trustee to provide governance to the staff. I do not intend to demean cheerleaders, but that is the most appropriate term to define how you 3 board members perform your roles on the board. Your 3-2 votes have allowed a dishonest superintendent and a dishonest attorney to completely ignore the school board. Superintendent Collins filed a legal action against me without having the required board approval. Without that approval, the legal filings by Collins was a private suit. However, Shinoff billed the school district. That's dishonest, and the board should seek reimbursement. At the last school board meeting, I was very impressed with an individual that said this school board cannot lead a pack of wolves to fresh meat. It's time for a change.
That's your extra minute. Dora Ramos.
Hi, good night, POSD members. My name is Dora Ramos. I am from Mexico. I've been living here in the USA for 15 years. I have 3 children who attend school in Poway. Imagine what it will feel like being in China, not speaking the language, and trying to help your kids at school learn in Chinese. That's how a lot of Spanish-speaking parents who do not have the ability to read, write, or speak in English feel every day when trying to help their kids at school. They want to find help for their children, but have difficulty communicating with teachers and staff. The reason I'm here is because I would like to tell you all how important literacy is for the Spanish-speaking community. Through the years, I've seen how Spanish speakers struggle with the English language. Parents have difficulties in communicating with their students, teachers, and staff. I'm very fortunate to have received a formal education which helped me to help my kids at school. But most of the Spanish-speaking parents aren't in my situation. They are struggling to help their kids with homework. Most of those parents are working very hard to provide their kids with a better future and understand how critical it is for their children to learn how to read and write. They express that they have a very difficult time getting the help for their kids that they need. If we can provide struggling students with the proper reading interventions, it will allow them to succeed academically. Last year, I attended the Spanish LCAP meeting and was happy to see so many parents in attendance. We have a good participation from those parents because they felt welcome since they could understand what was being said. If we provide more informational meetings in Spanish for families, they will feel more support. Finally, I'd like to share that parents are not able to recognize the characteristics of dyslexia, and many have never heard about dyslexia. Having this information in Spanish will be very helpful for parents. Let's all continue driving our PUSD mission, being a supportive, learning community, providing our students with opportunities designed to meet individual needs, becoming responsible, contributing members of a diverse society. We live in a diverse society. We need to make sure that all families are able to share their concerns with the staff and find the information that they need to address any issues their children are struggling with.
Michelle Perry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to. Okay, good evening. Many years ago, I had a misconception about the PTA and its role in education. I used to think that the PTA was just a group of parents who hung out together, planned parties, and held fundraisers, and boy, was I wrong.
A friend of mine ended up persuading me many years ago to get involved with the PTA, and I soon discovered how incredibly important the organization is in advocating on behalf of all children. The PTA is truly a powerful voice for children in schools, in our communities, and in government. We seek to collaborate with others to enhance our advocacy efforts. We value diversity, and we are dedicated to children's educational success. All PTA advocacy efforts center around core values and resolutions which are submitted by units, councils, districts, or California State PTA Board of Managers. The resolutions offer official guidance on issues as wide-ranging as school finance topics, health and safety issues, community concerns, and more. Resolutions adopted by convention delegates then serve as a basis for action in unit, district PTA, and California State PTA. Through the collaboration between PTA and Decoding Dyslexia California, a dyslexia resolution was developed. The San Ramon Valley Council of PTAs and Decoding Dyslexia California's resolution, Dyslexia, Addressing the Educational Implications in Public Schools, went before the California State PTA on May 7th. Included in the resolution are references to the scientific evidence regarding early identification and intervention, the need to address the significant educational implications of dyslexia in schools and school districts, as well as the need for teacher and staff training. I attended the PTA convention as a delegate for my unit, and I wanted to share with you the exciting news that the dyslexia resolution passed unanimously. I have provided you all with copies of the resolution. The resolution will now be forwarded to the National PTA for consideration by the delegates at the National PTA Convention in June. The development of the dyslexia resolution is a great example of people coming together to achieve a common goal, to help students succeed. There was an understanding between everyone involved in the development of the resolution that literacy is fundamental in preparing our students for the future. If we are to close the achievement gap, dismantle the school to prison pipeline, we all need to work together. Parents, educators, administrators, and community members must work collaboratively. I'm confident that together we can make a difference. Thank you.
Stacy Cavalieri.
Good evening, members of the school board. It's hard to believe this school year is over. It's been an exciting year for the dyslexia community. We are thankful to have the opportunity to spread dyslexia awareness. From the passing of AB 1369, the President's signing the READ Act, a letter from the Department of Education on dyslexia, and most recently, the adoption of the dyslexia resolution by our California PTA. Dyslexia is talked about more and more than ever before. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I am sure you are all going to miss hearing us over the summer, but don't worry, we'll be back in August. I attribute the Literacy Committee formed at as a direct effect of AB 1369 and our strong advocacy here at the district. We appreciate this first step the district has taken in creating this committee. As members of the community who have come month after month, it is disheartening that the district has not reached out to us to be a part of the discussion. We believe that we can be a great value to this committee. From a parent's perspective, and as a dyslexic myself, I have firsthand experience of what it's like to struggle in school. I wish someone from the board would have reached out to one of us this year. We would have loved to have an opportunity to sit down with one of you to further discuss the concerns and collaborate on identifying the students' needs who are struggling to read, write, and spell. While this may not be a priority to you with so much else going on in the district, it is important to the community whose kids continue to fall further and further behind. As for transparency, I'm concerned that we have no idea what's going on behind closed doors. How often does this committee meet? Who is present at these meetings? We feel as members of the community that we have a right to know who the committee members are. How were they selected? How can parents be involved in the process? And what are the next steps you are taking to target this important issue? We believe this committee is well-intentioned and doing great work. We have no idea what the process is, what the progress is being made to help all children. I would like to publicly thank the Community Advisory Committee for allowing me to write an article on dyslexia for the upcoming newsletter. I believe we are all making steps in the right direction. While we understand that change doesn't happen overnight, it takes time. Kids with dyslexia, unfortunately, do not have the advantage of time. We have always come to you with the utmost respect as our elected school board members. We have been open and honest and direct with our mission. We are a community seeking your support. We truly want to build a genuine relationship and be seen as an ally. Together, we can make a difference. For so many kids, let's continue moving in the right direction together because literacy matters to all. The offer to provide the board with a free dyslexia simulation still stands, and I hope that the board will take us up on that offer. Thank you for listening to us throughout this year, and I am thankful for summer.
Zaro Diego La.
We're both going to speak, but we both have cards, and he's not going to take up 3 minutes, I promise. And I won't take his time. Okay, go ahead. Whatever you want to say, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Diego Lazaro, and I'm 9 years old. I love my audiobooks. Every kid with dyslexia should have one. Thank you for my iPad.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to share with you my concern about technology resources and specifically assistive technology. I've sat on my children's foundation for almost 6 years, and each year we fund about $30,000 that we apply towards specifically to technology, and that's just one school site. A few years back, we provided an additional computer lab that cost us $60,000 as parents. And the reason why we provided that was because the principal expressed concern that we were not able to meet California technology standards because the computer lab, the one that we had for over 800 students, was completely taken up by testing time. Over the years, our foundation has been asked to pay for things like projector light bulbs, printers, copiers, and online programs. We've also been asked multiple times to consider paying for a computer tech salary, which is so very needed. We haven't, and so our gracious and incredible principal has crawled on her hands and knees to fix computers, troubleshoot the lab, and yet this is not her job. Nor is it our responsibility as parents to fund these salaries outside of what we already contribute as taxpayers. As we implement the 2-to-1 plan, I highly encourage you to consider the infrastructure needed at each and every school site and how much parents are supplementing this truly. We can't throw new technology at teachers without giving them the support that they really need and the training to exemplify this technology. So now on to assistive technology. We have a massive problem. PowayUSD has only 2 individuals dedicated to AT for tens of thousands of students. While Megan Utech is an incredible resource to this district and very good at what she does, she's only one person. My son waited months for an assessment. Many children wait over 150 days to get this sort of AT assessment, and they need it. Giving a dyslexic child access to audiobooks is the difference between them gaining information or not. We would never give a blind child a printed book and expect them to read it. So then how can we expect those with reading disabilities to read without the proper tools? Somewhere with their eyes, their fingers, or their ears. And this provides the tools that they need to succeed. Thank you.
Clarissa Lazaro? That was you? Oh, okay. Thank you. Chris Gagne?
I'm going to tie myself here, Mr. Patapal, just to make sure we're on the same page.
You got it.
Yesterday was Memorial Day. In the honor of Memorial Day, I come to you tonight in the honor of democracy, in the honor of those who lost their lives and gave the ultimate sacrifice. The same democracy that I fought for as a Marine Corps officer in both Iraq and Afghanistan. Democracy is the ability for one to dissent without the fear of retaliation. Retaliation and its fear has a restraining order on me from the district. The person that has a restraining order on me, the fear that she has is the same fear that came from my dissent. It's the same fear that the district has from my dissent from members as Michelle Connor Radcliffe, because I dissent with her. From T.J. Zane, because I dissent with you. From Mr. Patapal, because I dissent with you. John Collins used public finances, the community's money, to attack my family because we dissent. If the United States government gave me the authority from the president and sent me to the Middle East to give those people over there, people without human rights, the ability to dissent. In the honor of democracy, the same democracy that I fought to defend, I come to the night to dissent. Many believe that my dissension is a threat or some sort of violence. It's in the spirit of Christ. It's in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. I dissent. My dissension is peaceful, yet it's forceful. My dissension demands the resignation of Michelle Connor Radcliffe as president of this Board of Education. It asks that Charles Sellers be placed in that position. Michelle Connor Radcliffe has proven to be an individual who lacks morality. It's time for radical change in Poway Unified School District. And the voice of the people, the board is the democracy that I learned about from kindergarten through 12th grade in Poway Unified School District and fought for in the Middle East. Board, give the people their voice back. Do your job.
Kim Garnier?
Good evening. Before I begin, I wish you all took your own advice about harassment and behaving with ethics. I've been lied to, falsely accused of sexual harassment, and read emails where PUSD district staff have attacked me personally. I have never used curse words outside of quoting hate speech at PUSD schools or said anything that wasn't true. I've been banned from PUSD's Facebook page, and I have been asked not to come to Board of Education meetings. I can act with civility, but can you all act with integrity? Practicing what you preach would be an excellent start to making the changes that need to be made at PUSD. Talk is cheap, as they say. On May 16th, I wrote to Board President Michelle O'Connor Radcliffe that I had received confidential information about a PUSD student from William Shinoff through a PRA. President O'Connor Radcliffe never responded to me. After the last PUSD data breach, many people praised Miss Gabby Dow for turning over confidential documents to authorities. Some, however, suggested she made a mountain out of a molehill and should have kept the data breach in-house at PUSD. What a smart decision Ms. Dow made. In my PRA, I received private and very personal emails. I received emails about the special needs of a student. I saw the emails between a mother and a teacher and a school therapist. I also received this little girl's social security number. William Shinoff from the Shinoff Law Firm gave me a child's social security number. How many times has this happened? William Shinoff was given permission to handle PRAs by John Collins. John Collins has been allowed to put our PUSD families at risk because of 3 board members who allow it: President O'Connor Radcliffe, Trustee Zane, and Trustee Patapow. We cannot go on like this. We need a strong leader. We need Trustee Sellers to take over as board president and get our district back on track. We need a full investigation into this very serious data breach, which has put PUSD families in danger. And once and for all, please fire all those associated with the Shinoff Law Firm. Between the data breach and Dan Shinoff taking legal action without authorization from the board, he has opened up our district to massive and widespread litigation. No one on our board can say they put children or even teachers first as long as they continue to work with Dan or William Shinoff. Thank you.
Shirley Black.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you this evening. And I'm sure I'm like an old penny. I keep turning up talking about the Rancho Bernardo High School Friends of the Library, and I'm back again. The Friday before spring break, I went into the library because I had to pick up some things to do with the Friends of the Library. The teacher librarian was on vacation. The librarian media assistant, whom the Friends of the Library pay for, was off that day because we only pay for her to be there a certain amount of time. The only person that was there was the librarian media tech. We had over 125 students in that library that day without any volunteers, only the librarian media tech was there. I was standing behind her. She had students pulling at her from all directions. Now, you know, this was totally unnecessary. I felt so bad for her, and I wasn't qualified to assist her. But she knew someone was coming in soon. However, they had not arrived, and it was a volunteer. I want to tell you something that happened to me. Remember what I've told you. When I became very ill, my family decided, and I decided, not to put the emphasis on me, but put the emphasis on the children in the family, my grandchildren. It was before the holidays, so therefore we wanted to keep their normal activities on track so they wouldn't be worried about the matriarch of the family. That's what they did. I equate that with you. Put your students first, like my family did for me. I realize you're doing the best you can. However, as far as the Friends of the Library is concerned, please, in your heart, try to find some money so we can have another assistant in the library. I would really appreciate it. This school district is the greatest, you know. You don't get on the cover of Time magazine as a student of Poway Unified School District if you're not one of the best. So continue that. Give the library some assistance. We need it desperately. Thank you.
Courtney Klepsch.
Good evening. Bobby was really supposed to speak, but he was at a playoff game, so I decided to come and support him. So if he can do the speaking, that would be awesome.
You have 3 minutes. You could split it.
Oh, I could speak. I just
You
wasn't
can
sure
speak.
if
It doesn't
I was
matter.
gonna be
I'll
here,
just
so-
smile.
You can smile and support it.
So we're here again on, can you hear me? On the behalf of, we're on the committee for renovating the fields at Tierra Bonita and Twin Peaks. So I came and spoke a couple meetings ago. So just kind of wanted to give an update. We were supposed to give a presentation at this meeting, but things changed for, I'm not exactly sure why. But anyways, we were told we can come speak at the public speaking. So just the update since the last meeting is we had, as you know, had been working with the city of Poway to help get funding for the field. So 2 meetings ago, they officially voted to earmark $1 million towards the project from the reserve money they had. And they sent a letter copied to our committee and also to Mel Robertson. Should have gotten the letter stating that it's contingent on getting also some funding from POSD. So I know it's been said over and over that POSD doesn't have money to give to this, but we've worked with Mike Tarantino, which is the Director of Facilities. Met with him probably 5 to 10 times already, and he helped come out with the cost savings of the turf fields versus the current condition, and it's over $70,000 per year between labor, water, fertilizer, mowing, all these things, which they won't have to do with our proposed turf field. So the one thing that we are asking is for POSD to find a creative way to maybe upfront that money to help with the construction of this project. It's an important project for the city of Poway. I mean, every student athlete that goes to Poway High School and probably Rancho Bernardo steps on these fields, and it's an important part of our community. So at the minimum, we're asking that the POSD could find a way to allocate that money for the construction and just work with us on forming a memorandum of understanding between the city, our committee, and POSD to, I guess, formally see what the stance of POSD is so we could move on, whether they could do something like that or we just have to continue to try and to raise the funds ourselves. So, I mean, basically the city is already at the minimum said that they would contribute $1 million and possibly more. This is a one-time thing. I just can't see how the POSD wouldn't take advantage of. Basically, it's free money that the city is giving towards this project. And those fields there, I don't know if you've all have been to that area, but it's a huge area in the middle of Poway that is underutilized because it's full of gopher holes and just bad condition and needs to be renovated. So I think that's it, my time.
Bobby, just want to let you know, first of all, thank you, and I'm not going to get into prolonged comments on this because it's not agendized, but to let you know, that was a topic of discussion with Board Member Beatty, myself, and the City Council member and the Mayor from Poway in our meeting a couple weeks ago, so that it is being worked on, just to let you know.
Okay, great, thank you.
Laura DePrima.
I know I'm limited on time. Can I give you handouts with details? My name is Laura DePrima, and I'm here to make the board aware of an urgent situation regarding our 10-year-old son, and it has to do with an intra-district transfer request that has been in limbo status for over 3 months now. Our child was enrolled at Del Sur Elementary back almost 6 years ago for kindergarten, and we were locked out of our base school at Willow Grove at the time. This was 2010. The district assured us that they would send him to a comparable school, and we were sent to Del Sur. Being locked out of Willow Grove went fine. The following year, his first grade year, for the school year of 2011-12, the district removed us and sent my son back to Willow Grove and told us we had to re-register, re-enroll. Willow Grove then told us that they didn't have room for him and couldn't accommodate him, but they would gladly send him to another district somewhere outside of our community, somewhere in the district. As a Melrose taxpayer excluded from their impacted base school, funded through community finance district funds, the district arranged for my son Christopher to return to Del Sur in the fall of 2011. At this time, the district requested that we complete an inter-district transfer to provide educational and emotional stability for our son and to assist them in future planning efforts. Christopher has attended Del Sur for 6 years. He and our family have established lasting and much-needed connections and friendships at Del Sur and the Forest Ranch community. March 1st, we submitted a transfer to Oak Valley Middle School, and we've been denied, and they're claiming that they're over-enrolled, although they never let my son establish at his base school to make friends to move on to middle school. Throughout March, April, and May, Christopher attended school-sponsored field trips to Oak Valley Middle School with his elementary school, where he reviewed electives, toured the facility, met current students and staff members. During this time, he was also recommended by his current 5th grade teacher as the only Oak Valley Middle School ASB leadership for incoming 6th graders. During this time, Christopher was never invited to his base middle school for a tour, to view electives, to meet the staff or the students, nor was he invited to any other open house at any other middle school in the district. Dr. Worth has refused us a face-to-face meeting to discuss this issue. She has decided to make the decision in private. We have reached out to Mel Robertson. Other than emails, we have that she's working on it. They've received a lot of transfers. We've gotten really no definitive response. The only person that's reached out to us to say she would look into it and follow up is Kimberly Beatty, and for that, thank you. Unfortunately, today, Dr. Worth once again told us that we cannot go to Oak Valley, that she'll give him an alternative choice for another school. Unfortunately, this decision comes too late for our son to make a
Ma'am, thank you. Your time's, I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes. That's the same rule for everyone, but I understand. No, we didn't. That was an error, and he had to put a minute back on. That was an error, though. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to have to cut you off at this point. We can take all of your written information, though, and we'll have staff follow up with you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. This brings us to our early agenda items, and we'll begin here. What? Early agenda. Excuse me, my mistake. The first early agenda item that I forgot to move is D601. And if I can look over your shoulder, oh, this is the appointment of our student board member to serve during the 2015-16 school year. Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, this evening, we are honored to introduce our 2016-17 student board member, and at this time I'm going to turn it over to our current student board member, who will be passing on the baton to Ella Smith. So, Mr. Pujar.
Tonight we bring forward the committee's recommendation for next year's student board member. I had the pleasure of sitting on the committee, comprised of myself, Board President Michelle O'Connor-Ratcliffe, and Director of Communications Christine Peck. We interviewed 7 outstanding candidates for the position and are proud to bring forward the name of our selection. Ella Smith is here with us tonight, and I ask her to please stand as I introduce you all to this outstanding young woman. Ella is a familiar face. Ella is a familiar face at our board meetings. As a student board representative for Westview High School, she never misses a meeting and delivers her reports with enthusiasm and confidence. Her commitment shows when she is often the last student remaining, even when the others have gone home. Ella is a natural leader. She is the ASB president of her school, served on the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, and represents students on the California PTA Board of Managers. She describes herself as an education advocate, speaking up for her fellow students who might not have a voice. She is passionate about finding more ways to help all students succeed, no matter their backgrounds or abilities. Ella is socially aware. She tackled her school's dress code to remove any gender bias. She helped implement a social media etiquette campaign, not to mention her strong academics and her extracurricular involvement. She is not only an AP scholar, a peer counselor, and a former swim team captain. Ella is a true leader. We are thrilled to introduce and present for approval Ella Smith as the 2016-17 student board member for the board tonight. Thank you.
And with that, I will ask for a motion.
Motion to approve.
On a motion by Mr. Zane, second by Mr. Patapow. Any discussion?
Welcome aboard.
I would like
Mr.
to
Pujar.
invoke my student preferential vote in favor.
In that case, all in favor? Aye. And are you invoking that out for an aye vote, I'm assuming, since
Yes.
you did introduce it? Thank you, thank you. And any opposed? Any abstentions? That is a unanimous vote, and including the preferential vote from Mr. Pujar. Welcome aboard. We look forward to having you sit up here beginning in August, Ella. Thank you. All right, at this time, early agenda item F107. This is the public hearing of POSD Local Control and Accountability Plan for 2016-17, first reading. Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. As part of our local control accountability communication with our community, we'll be presenting an update on this year's action services and metrics, as well as proposed actions and services. At this time, I'd like our team, Executive Directors Eric Leahy, Cindy DeClerc, and Kimberly Renz to join us at the speakers table. And they will be presenting our plan moving forward. And after the plan, we will be opening this up as a public hearing. So this is a public hearing. Thank you. So in development of our plan for the last couple of years, we've engaged our stakeholders in various forums and formats, and I've had the data analyzed and themed into larger priorities and initiatives. While it's important that we have multiple data sources and multiple perspectives, it also brings some strengths and challenges in creating a forward-moving plan and system for our students. So in just a really brief review, as part of the LCAP, there are 3 categories: conditions of learning, pupil outcomes, and engagement, that need to be addressed. And with each one of those, there are 8 state priorities that are listed under each one. It's imperative in our plan that we are addressing all of these issues with input, actions, and metrics moving forward. So as a reminder, 3 years ago, the board adopted our mission and district goals, as you see here. These should be familiar to all of you, around our 21st century learning experience, communication systems and collective engagement, and a collaborative culture of a continuous learning for all staff and students. This work together happens with the board. It happens with the business side, the learning side, and the personnel side. It's the synergy of all of this together that really enables us to reach our 5 LCAP goals that you see presented here. If you came to a forum, you saw these, but they're also on our website, and it's what we have focused our plans on. So what's going to happen here is that in looking at how we set our goals, you'll notice there are qualitative and quantitative data. We have metrics that we use around achievement, but the qualitative data, a lot of that comes from our forums. So we develop all these metrics, we put together actions and services, and we have operations that go back and develop our goals. Eric's going a little fast for me.
It's okay.
All right, it's okay. We can go. All right, so all our goals are achieved by all the actions and services and the operations and actions that we put together for our students. So we have 2 objectives mainly for this 20-minute presentation. We want to update you on our goals and key metrics in a really global way. A second thing that's going to have to happen is our state now is requiring us that we write an LCAP executive summary that we will be putting on our website. If you've ever perused our LCAP plan, it's over 100 pages. So putting a summary together will be critical important. So what you will hear from our team, this is the organization structure of the presentation tonight, is that you will hear our 2015-16 update on our goals and metrics around our key actions and services. You will see stakeholder feedback around initiatives, themes from all of our forums, the electronic feedback, just throughout the whole system, our students, our staff. And then what you will see is the proposed actions and services. Again, these are all proposed moving forward. What's really important that I hope you keep in mind is the 15-16 work does not go away. That work needs to continue to be embedded in our system. What you'll see in the 16-17 are additional pieces we are adding to strengthen our support for student achievement. And with that, we are going to look at goal number 1, and Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent's cabinet. Our first goal reads, support high-quality teachers in their implementation of an articulated California standards-based curriculum, instruction, and assessment to ensure college and career readiness and citizenship for all students, TK-12. So if we take a look at the actions and services for 2015-16, keep in mind as well that we're in our 3rd year of implementing our work toward implementing the California state standards. And because of that, we continue to align to those standards. And the past year, we really were focusing on math, TK-12, next generation science standards in 6 through 12, and English language arts, TK-12, with a focus on English language development as well. We continue to make sure that our literacy standards are embedded in all other content areas, including career tech, physical education, VAPA, electives, and language other than English. Other actions and services, we started to look, based on what we were hearing from the community, at baseline data around visual and performing arts as well as physical education programs throughout our schools. We also were paying attention to ways to decrease staffing ratio and class size, and also increasing the percentage of diverse certificated and classified staff serving our students by 1% each year. We continue to support our new teachers entering our system through the Poway Professional Assistant Program, or PPAP, which provides training, coaching, and evaluation on standards-based instruction, assessment, student-led goal setting, and technology integration. So at this time, Eric will take us through our metrics and progress made.
So just also, you understand, these 15-16 actions and services statements were taken directly from the June presentation from last year. So those slides we just carried over. And we're also carrying over our metrics. The purpose of metrics in the Local Control Accountability Plan, somewhat common sense, are really around 3 purposes. First, are we doing what we said we would do and meeting the obligations of the state Secondly, do they provide any diagnostic information on where our plan should be heading? What does it tell us? And then third, and most importantly, is the plan meeting its ultimate goal, which is to ensure the success of each student? So in that, we've presented a few of the metrics. We actually have 31 metrics currently involved in our plan, and that's under consistent revision, as that's changing at the state level, as well as our own work on determining if we have the right metrics. So out of those 31 metrics, we're bringing forth a few from each area that are high-value metrics or ones that illustrate a particular point we'd like to bring to you. We sent along in previous communications an overall metric analysis, or at least description, and so we can refer to any of those, and if you have questions at the end, we can answer those. Given time constraints, rather than go through two dangerous things: one, you've given me a microphone; two, you've allowed me to talk about data. And so usually there'll be a ton of charts, and so consequently tonight what I'll be doing is just speaking to a few little icons that determine this. First of all, is it a check mark? Means we're pretty well targeted hitting that one. A graph means it's still in progress. The results are mixed with our group, and the looking glass looks towards are still under defining that goal, or there's more information to be developed, it's a new goal, or area in which data is coming. So those hit. A couple key metrics here: our personnel group, as well as our principals have done an excellent job ensuring we have 100% teachers in subject area expertise. We have a focus on our staff diversity, which has very close, just missed its goal of increasing by 1%. And then an increase in student mastery, and we'll talk a little more in the next goal around Smarter Balanced. Smarter Balanced comes in two elements. One is percentage of students proficient or advanced, and in this goal we're looking at that, much as we did with CST, trying to increase 2% each year the number of students who are meeting standards or exceeding standards on the Smarter Balanced test. Then the last goal speaks to the fact that it's difficult sometimes to make comprehensive work defined in quantitative or qualitative information. And we have a host of materials, but how do we define the alignment of our curriculum, much what Cindy described, in some measurable attributes. So those are four key areas for number one, and now Kimberly's going to talk about our stakeholder input.
Actually, Cindy is going to. That would be me. Yeah. They do call us the twins. So Dr. Robertson did mention that based on the survey information and as well as the data that we review continually, we gave all of that feedback to Hanover Research, and they've identified for this particular goal the themes that you see represented there. Many of them focusing on ways to more personalize learning for students. And in order to do that, starting with the first identified item there, increase teacher training opportunities to build student engagement and support specialized instruction for the varied needs of our learners. We heard comments about increasing opportunities for a balanced curriculum for all students that also included science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. You'll hear people refer to it as STEAM or STEM. Increase student educational experiences with hands-on project-based learning or problem-based learning with real-world applications. And then also ensuring opportunities for students that include the arts, physical education, and things that are really specifically personally interesting to students. So based on those themes and the data, what we'll move to next are the additional actions and services for 2016-17 as represented. We will be expanding our pilot for the Teacher Professional Learning and Effectiveness System to support teacher capacity, enhancing student engagement and each student's success. We piloted in 5 schools this past year. We will be expanding that to all of our schools in 16-17. We will always continue our work aligning California standards and framework, but next year we'll be focusing on early literacy, English language arts, always focusing on English language development as well, next generation science standards, TK-12, and reproductive health in the grades that are identified there, and physical education. We will increase opportunities for a balanced curriculum for students in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. We are bringing on the exploration model at the elementary school level, where students will be allowed opportunities to further explore coding experiences, engineering experiences, and then we're also looking at embedding ongoing STEAM activities at the secondary level into science standards. And initiating a strategic plan effort to integrate arts, physical education, and areas of personal interest for each student's educational experience. We're going to be focusing on a task force to do that work. So those are the information for Goal 1. We'll move to Goal 2, and Ms. Renz.
Thank you, Cindy, and good evening. So Goal 2 is around creating systems and structures that provide multiple pathways of learning and engagement to increase college and career readiness of our students and close the achievement gaps for all student groups. So if we take a look at the actions and services that we have worked on this year, the first one is around continuing the piloting and implementation of our response to intervention and instruction. And really, RTI is about a system of support for all students. So we want to continue to address the student needs and honor the diversity of our students and families. We're going to continue to understand and implement culturally responsive learning environments. We also looked at identifying and implementing effective academic support structures and interventions. And schools implement a variety of different intervention structures based on student needs. So across our district, schools are implementing support classes, advancement via individual determination, or as we know it as AVID, impact teachers, tutoring, before and after school programs. Continuing to implement the California English Language Development Standards in the classrooms. And we're continuing to integrate ELD. Cindy talked about that as part of our ELA implementation, but really we are working to implement that across all disciplines across our district and in our courses. So you'll see that happening through instructional assistants. You'll see professional learning for teachers and instructional assistants. You'll have the Family Learning Center, which we're really proud of as well, and the Twin Peaks Center for students and parents new to the U.S. whose primary language is other than English, as well as our parent liaisons are helping to support this as well. And then the last bullet was around increasing collaborative learning opportunities through multiple environments. And that includes maybe online courses, tutorials, extended year, and even using our new learning management system, MyConnect, to expand those learning opportunities. So now Eric is going to talk about the metrics for Goal 2.
So Goal 2, when we speak of college and career readiness and closing the achievement gap, are very familiar goals. They've been primarily in place for well over a decade, focused on areas such as graduation rate. This is an area that we have consistently done extremely well, reaching over 96%. That doesn't feel as high as it really is because you have to remember that there's a small percentage of students that are included in that, but are served by special education services and will not be receiving a diploma. And we've made a commitment to ensure students will take a fifth year if they need a fifth year. So the state then reports that group separately from that rate. But by the end, and you'll see on the next slide when we get to data, we've at 99% a graduation rate. Also, our A to G and CTE. A to G is an area in which we have had a focus for many years, the course completion rate for UCs. It's interesting when you speak of these and we talk about the achievement gap to remind ourselves that the achievement gap in Poway Unified is not defined as related to the highest performing group, as many times that's characterized, but rather at 100%. Our goal is that every student succeed, and so every student group in our district has an achievement gap. However, we have some groups which we've seen a persistent gap in which we have lesser achievement, and we've worked to try to accelerate those students. In the A to G area, we've done a very good job in increasing that rate by 2% each year. In our African American group, that group has achieved a 15% increase over the last 3 years. Now that was a large gap because the gap was so significant, and that's over a 3-year period because we like to look at that over the last 3 years. But that acceleration is really what we're after and what our sites are working for. And Kimberly will speak about our efforts to ensure that we're working on response to intervention and continue the work she's already described. But when we look at that kind of achievement and the discrepancy in those groups, we really try to ensure that we're addressing any individual needs. That gap, in many cases, we see all our students progress. Oftentimes, it's parallel to the large district average, and we want to see that increase. Smarter Balanced allows us this next year to start looking at growth scores, because the Smarter Balance gives a score that we can now look, just as we do with a map, to see if the students grew by a certain points, as opposed to did they fall in a group. They were at standard. Now we can watch each student and each student group's performance and growth measures. And lastly, as we expand our criteria for evaluation, we are looking at visual and performing arts. And this is one that we are studying how best to monitor this. Currently, we're looking at what percentage of our students by their senior year have completed visual and performing arts classes, as we want to ensure a well-rounded instructional experience.
So if we take a look at the feedback we received from our stakeholders, they were very clear in the sense that they wanted us to broaden pathways for students in courses focused on career opportunities. They wanted to focus on teacher training and program enhancements to address the learning needs of individual students, focusing on varying levels of intervention. They also wanted increased opportunities for parents and students to access resources to support students, and then also support staff with training and leveraging technology to enhance personalized learning and supporting differentiated learning. So in addition to continuing our actions and services that we've been working on this year, next year we're going to continue to embed RTI, or Responsive Instruction and Intervention Systems, effective instructional strategies and culturally responsive learning environments in each school. Again, like I said earlier, it's really thinking about ways that we can implement a system of RTI into the culture of every school site by pinpointing critical elements needed to create a systemic plan. We're also looking at creating CTE learning experiences and courses across all levels. So we want to continue to increase those opportunities for coursework and co-curricular experiences that integrate academic subjects with relevant, challenging technical and occupational knowledge. So examples of that you may see that might include coding, expanding our Project Lead the Way, computer science in secondary, agricultural courses. And this past year, you may recall some of the new courses we've already taken steps to address this goal, which in personal financing and plumbing technology. Thirdly, we wanted to focus on early identification and intervention in student literacy, math support, increased AVID and in-classroom intervention, and other support structures. We've heard over the course of the months in our board meetings that it's important to utilize universal screening markers for early identification. So that we are focusing in on definitely our early literacy and our students who may present with reading problems, specifically with dyslexia. So we'll be putting some efforts into that. We also want to think about providing comprehensive intervention strategies once we identify students who have needs. And then we also want to increase access to those intervention services supported by instructional assistants, impact teachers, or tutors. Fourthly, we're going to expand academic support structures and professional learning to increase teacher expertise. That as we continue to bring on interventions, we need to provide teacher training, particularly in reading, their early literacy, foundational skills, to support the identification of those students who may need additional support. We're also working on training additional teachers in Project Lead the Way, and that will be expanded in our middle schools and some elementary schools as well. And then lastly, increasing collaborative learning opportunities in multiple environments, leveraging tech tools, tutorials, and extended learning. We're going to continue the work from this year to include online courses, tutorials, and extended year. So now Cindy will take us to Goal 3 and talk about that goal.
So Goal 3 reads that we will strengthen and maintain a healthy, positive, and attractive learning environment for all learners. When you think of the word environment, most times you consider physical space or classrooms or facilities, and yet this goal actually also is addressing those pieces as well as the whole school climate piece. Do students feel safe? Do their parents feel that they're safe? Is the whole child, the needs of the whole child being addressed? So when we look at the 2015-16 actions and services, they included aligning and embedding PE instruction to the California State Standards TK-12, Increasing student support by the addition of counselors at our schools, as well as support for discipline and attendance concerns. Providing staff development so that our teachers and classified staff can better respond to and set up culturally responsive learning environments, do bullying prevention lessons, social media, being good digital citizens, and substance abuse education. We want to make sure we're continuing to maintain those safe facilities and increase our maintenance staffing, and then also provide the structures and training to support students served through intervention programs. So Eric will now take us through a look at what the metrics are.
So this goal starts to blend some traditional metrics with some new ways that we're looking at analyzing our performance, as well as ensuring that our students are safe and addressing their well-being. First, of course, is the dropout rate. This is a key goal for us. It's down to 1.1%, so we called it on the path. However, that references 25 students. And I want to compliment our alternative programs and our principals, because those 25 students is a marker that they're absolutely not satisfied with. And it's such a critical element of our performance that they will continue to work on trying to meet the audacious goal of 0. But that is continuing to be the goal for the district. And a lot of work is done in providing alternative pathways for those students in alternative settings. We also have worked on our regular physical fitness goal. And then we have focused on, before I jump to the Healthy Kids Survey, deep work, especially at the secondary schools, supported by the leadership of Dr. Worth, in reducing our suspension rate. And this is an area in which we have many, many efforts going on in restorative practices, problem-based solutions, as well as alternatives to suspension. As we talked about an achievement gap in some of our data, we'll see disproportionality. We'll see some groups in which, if we look at the 1% rate, this student group might have more percentage of their group represented. And our early data shows, which we'll be going into full explanation of these in the fall as we look at the 16-17, that we're making movement in those disproportionality areas and reducing the suspension rate. So I don't want to jinx it, but it is looking promising in that. And then the last area that I want to speak about is this notion of the Healthy Kids Survey. Every 2 years we do the California Healthy Kids Survey, and we're now grabbing that data as a critical measure for our performance, and that is the focus on, do I feel safe at school? We've coupled that with the parent survey. 96% of our parents agreed with the statement, my child is safe at school. We then look at the Healthy Kids Survey and ask, do you feel safe at school? There was 96% for the parents. 9th and 11th graders, 88% said they agreed with the statement, I feel safe at school. This next year, every 2 years, we do the Healthy Kids Survey. We're going to use the WestEd data set and their services to combine our parent survey, which is also a 2-year measure, and do that at the same time so we can build better crosswalks and build relationships to the data between the student survey and the parent survey. And lastly, we've pulled out 2 measures that deal with physical altercations and the spreading of mean rumors so that we can have data points on the perception or the student reality of bullying and address data that we can monitor, as well as set goals around, are there elements that students are reporting, incidents which would be relative to bullying.
Thank you. So as we move forward, based on the surveys and the community forums, the themes for our spring 2016 stakeholder input around Goal 3 include increasing support for enhanced counseling services for student mental health and well-being, as well as physical and health education, and also increase on focus on the prevention and responding to student stress. How do we support students when they arrive at school and they've got things happening outside that are distracting or preventing them from being successful in the learning environment? Focusing on a positive school climate for all students, enhancing wellness instruction and activities related to alcohol, drugs, cyber safety, and then also an increase in designated safety training and facility upgrades to support secure schools. So again, that's what we heard from our stakeholders. So putting that all together, if we look at the additional actions and services for 2016-17 under Goal 3, the addition of counselors and psychologists to support social, emotional, and behavioral needs. Counselors will be increased at our larger elementary schools, and we're going to be adding 2 psychologists to support the work that our school psychologists engage in with our students, mostly around assessments. Provide training and programs for health and physical education through revised coursework at the secondary level and the new exploration program at the elementary level. We know with a new program coming on board, we're going to be needing to ensure that the program is set up for success and provide the training that our staff needs, whether they are the exploration teachers that are about to enter the classrooms to do the STEAM-related hands-on coding, physical education activities, as well as when the teachers are released for collaboration, what does that actually look like? How do you define it? What things are appropriate to have in place for those times? Continue to add trainings and support for counseling and student support staff and administrators in trauma-informed behavioral support. Again, thinking about students who arrive at school with things happening outside their lives that could be interfering or distracting when they arrive at school in the learning environment. Those things include behavior support, cultural responsive learning environments, restorative justice, bullying, security training, and more. And then we want to increase custodial, maintenance, and ground staffing in order to meet routine maintenance requirements and keep our schools the wonderful learning places that they are. And now Kimberly will take us to Goal 4.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Goal 4 is around how do we increase, it's about increasing parent and student engagement in learning through enhanced community involvement in the education of our students. So if we take a look at what we've done this year in actions and services, we want to continue the growth, development, and support of our curricular and co-curricular programs, K-12, that engage our students in their passions and in their future. So we want to think about broadening the integration of the robotics. We want to develop a TK-12 coding program. We want to continue the CTE pathways in STEAM and integrate them into middle and high school curriculum. And we want to this year we began growing Project Lead the Way. We also want to increase parent engagement in district initiatives and co-curricular activities in classrooms. We've talked a lot about parent engagement tonight, and we want to continue to have increased attendance at our community forums. We want to encourage participation in different leadership positions at the school site or even perhaps at our district committees. We also want to have ongoing feedback from our community around areas of celebration and areas of improvement. And finally, to continue our goal of, or action, to increase two-way communication is we've implemented apps this year. We have parents participate in surveys as strategies to increase that two-way communication. So Eric will share a couple of the metrics that are associated with Goal 4.
What's interesting is we started almost 2 years ago in looking at the LCAP and what metrics will we use. We started looking at metrics such as suspension rate and absentee rate and attendance, as well as student safety, and now the state board just last month has now identified those to be included in the new API, at least in a proposal format, and they're still working on this area. What they're struggling with, and districts as well as others, are how we move from the quantitative data points, which we have many in this area, to the more qualitative places, because as we talk about engagement and learning, how do you measure that? How do we measure engagement and learning? And so we use student perception survey, or which is still being defined. Do we use other measures? In this area, we have looked at community partnerships and we've looked at other areas, but there are some critical areas that are more relative to hard data, and that is what the state defines as chronically absent or absent for over 10% of their school year. It's a difficult piece to measure because you have to start when the student started, not the beginning of the school year, as our students enter the school year at various dates during the course of the year. However, this is an area, just to be frank, is an area that we saw slip a little bit last year and went the wrong direction, and we saw some percentages move with more students increasing as chronically absent. We have done a great deal of work, including our new student attendance review boards. We have been working with our sites. We now deliver data regularly to our sites, which shows which students have entered into that place of 10%, because students can enter that at any time during the year. So we can contact and begin working with families to ensure those students are attending. The other two goal areas that we're working on is we're starting to look at this community involvement and engagement, starting to look at data points such as, are the MyConnect teacher sites being utilized and affected? Are we having teachers, for an example, looking at the number of parents volunteering, the number of community partnerships, as I've already stated, and chronic absenteeism I've talked about. So with that, we're moving on to the next piece.
All right, so if we take a look at our themes from our stakeholder groups, you'll see some repetition as these goals are not isolated, there is overlap. So we want to continue to increase communication on student programs, performance, expectations, and academic support. They want continue to strengthen partnerships with local universities and expand opportunities for extending student learning. Also, find ways to enhance opportunities for partnership with local businesses to provide internships and awareness of career choices. Strengthen student experiences with technology and science-related fields such as robotics, coding, biomedical, and engineering. And then finally, to continue that two-way communication between home and school. So while we're continuing the actions and strategies from this year, we are thinking proposing that these additional actions and services, that we're going to continue to increase opportunities for student voice through instructional curricular activities, want to address students' interests and passions. We also want to work with families of students who are chronically absent, and we want to connect with families and re-engage those students with learning. We want to collaborate with Palomar College in the development of the new South Education Center and increase business partnerships to support student internships and student orientations. This action strategy can be linked back to Goal 2 in that we're providing multiple pathways for students. Increase co-curricular activities such as clubs, extended school day, and technology and engineering related opportunities. The last two we've talked about a little bit is increase applied engineering and science instruction through new models such as Project Lead the Way and coding, and then also continue to increase partnership with parents in a variety of ways and reinforcing that two-way communication. So Cindy will bring us home with Goal 5.
All right, thank you. Goal 5, develop, implement, and embed a collaborative learning structure and system for adults and students to increase student achievement. Poway Unified School District is about student learning, but what's exciting about this is that we also have adults who are learners within our system. So what are those structures that allow for that to happen? If we look at the 2015-16 action and services for new teachers, we continue with the Poway Professional Assistance Program, known as PPAP, recognized nationally for its excellence. We also continue with the Poway Unified Teaching and Learning Cooperative, or TLC. What's exciting is expanding that work for our classified employees. Poway School Employee Association, PSEA, launched their professional learning program, Classified Learning Cooperative, and is working with the Service Employees International Union to develop their plan. What is that going to look like, and what are the structures we need to have that in place? To house all of that and to allow for us to collaborate, we needed a learning management system, and so we continue with the implementation of MyConnect for the purpose of not just that teacher collaboration, but also for student access into courses and communication with parents, and for children and staff working with children with special needs and their parents. We have the SACE, Special Education IEP Management System. Keeping in mind that we're continuing to explore how we can embed technology to increase flexibility for all of our learners, both students and adults, through multiple environments. So Eric, now the metrics.
In this area, we're looking much more holistically as we try to define collaborative learning structures and to increase student achievement. And so we have a couple key areas that we're looking at. Just to hit a couple data points that we're beginning to look at: the participation in co-curricular clubs, and extracurricular activities, the involvement in parents and site and district committees, participation. What we have this one already monitored are teachers who are participating in teaching and learning cooperatives, and as we start our classified learning cooperatives, setting a baseline for that as we set some key initiatives moving forward in this area.
Thank you, Eric. So as we look at the stakeholder input for this goal, it's interesting that it was around parents as learners. So increasing opportunities for engagement with parents through adult education, school-based parent meetings, learning centers, and providing some parent resources. So they know lots of ways to support students after school and during school hours. Always looking at ways to expand workshop and training opportunities for both classified and certificated staff as well. So as we consider that stakeholder input and what the data is showing us, the actions and services for 2016-17 are targeted to explore the expansion of parental involvement, including digital resources. How can we open up that technology to help us? Collaboration with local colleges. Kimberly mentioned the Palomar South Campus collaboration and parent education nights. Further expanding the Classified Learning Collaborative, or CLC, so classified staff can have more varied formats to access ways to advance their professional practice, and then providing multiple pathways to continue with certificated professional learning. The T+ is the Teacher Professional Learning and Effectiveness System. We referred to that in Goal 1 or 2, and that is the teacher evaluation process that we're moving forward with to have in place at all of our schools. And then also a special education internship program where we are actively recruiting staff to bring on board to work with our children with special needs. And then finally, expand learning environments to increase personalized pathways, including blended learning, online courses, tutorials, and extended instruction. I'm going to turn things back over to Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, team. That is the overview of where we've been, how we've measured, and where we're going. So this is the presentation that we have for all of you. Our next steps really is we have a second reading associated with budgets. And so at our June meeting, all of these goals and actions and continued input will be worked on with Malaga, and we will bring both of those together. We are required by June 30th to submit our LCAP plan to SDCOE. I talked about earlier that the state is now requiring us to do an LCAP executive summary, which we will work on this summer, and by fall we'll have all of our data and all of our metrics together, and we will bring that to the team. So before we have an open or a public hearing, what I'd like to do is really, first of all, thank Eric, Kimberly, and Cindy for stepping forward and presenting our plan here for our community. There's a lot of stuff there, and they worked very hard to do that, so thank you, team. In addition, I'd like to really thank our parents, students, staff, and communities for their participation. Their leadership of parents through the CAC, the Special Education Foundation, PTSA, District Advisory Committees, the DLAC Committee. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch more, but all of those submissions through surveys, attendance at forums, leaders that facilitated the forums and gathered input, and to the board for your support of our work. And with that, I'd like to open this as a public hearing. Madam President.
All right, the public hearing of the PowayUSD Local Control and Accountability Plan for 2016-17, first reading, is now open. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Please step forward now. Seeing no one, I will close this public hearing at this time. This is a first reading, so there is no action required by the board. However, if there are questions, this would be the time. No questions at this time. Take a very casual poll. Would anybody like to take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break, thank you.
information. Good information. Good information. Yeah. And do a very but this was good. Lays the foundation. It'll be easy.
That's it. Anybody have Tylenol?
I might. Let's see. Come on,
Can't be
Charles.
Advil or
Dang it.
it's going to be Tylenol.
I don't have it. I usually do.
If not, I'll power through. No, it's caffeine.
All right, we're back. This is item F321, public hearing of the 2016-17 proposed budget, first reading. Ms. Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Board. Good evening to everyone. Thank you for staying to listen to the 2016-17 budget. I am very excited today to be presenting it to you. First of all, I want to start by recognizing and thanking our Director of Finance, Ms. Joy Romero, for doing such an excellent job and preparing this $300 million budget. It is not an easy task. She's not in the room, but I did want to recognize her. She was here a minute ago. So. As everyone knows, the beginning of a budget has to start with current year. So that is the first page that I have on the Excel spreadsheet, where we talk about the 2015-16 estimated actuals. So what we are doing in the finance department is trying to project how we are going to close this fiscal year. I'm proud to state that this budget is prepared in accordance with CDE, SACS software, and doing it that way, if you look at row E, we end the year with a positive. We are not deficit spending. We are to the good $7 million. The rest of the budget, nobody clapped, but anyway, to the 2016-17 assumptions, we build those based on the governor's May revised budget. And he released his budget on May 13th. It was Friday the 13th, but it was a good budget. And so we have increased our LCFF revenues by $13 million for the 16-17 school year. I'm on page 2 of the Excel document now. And as we heard from Dr. Mel Robertson and the LSS team, we in the district have our LCAP plan in place. Now we have to translate that into numbers, and that's what this budget does. So where they spoke about safety for the students, the learning environment, the positive environment, the skilled teachers, all of that is translated into numbers in this budget. And that's what makes the LCAP process exciting. Business and learning working together with personnel. So then we looked at the state revenues, whereas we had $18 million in state revenues in 15-16 as one-time revenues. This year we are projecting, moving forward into 16-17, $8.1 million. Okay, so those are the big pieces that I want to bring to the attention of the board. As far as the expenditures are concerned, there are two main categories. One is what we call the workload budget. That is the automatic increase for staff moving from step and column, for health insurance benefit increases, for utility cost increases, and special education program increases. To that part is now added the ongoing increase to CalSTRS and CalPERS. Those are the retirement systems. So all of that, which is the workload budget, is about $8 million for our district. To that, we have new expenses and new programs that we added in 16-17 to tie in with our LCAP. First of all, I wish Mr. Mason and Ms. Black had stayed here, we are increasing the library media technician hours to 6 hours. I wish they had, yes, at the elementary schools. And this is part of the proposed budget planning. You heard about safe schools, you heard about clean schools, so we are adding 5 custodial staff members to our elementary schools. Okay. You also heard about skilled teachers. We are adding 20 exploration teachers to a new program, and we'll talk about that later. We are also adding 9.5 teachers on special assignment. Okay. We do have an increase in our safety budget of almost $400,000 to implement phase 2 of our safety program for all our school sites. That is a big item that the community asked us to follow up on. Our special education needs for our students, meeting the needs for those students, has increased, so we are increasing the staff in special education. We are increasing staff in the finance department and the personnel department and in personnel commission. To all of this, we have one-time expenses that we have brought to the board before, which is mostly in our IT department, the LAN and WAN projects, as well as the regional communication center infrastructure that is a one-time expense. So those items are new items, and they total almost $7.8 million. Okay. I will not go over the other smaller items because we'll be here all night if we do. But if you look at page 5 of 12, which is the proposed 16-17 budget, you see that we are no longer in the positive balance. Row E shows that we are 18.9 deficit spending. And we are able to balance this budget only because of the reserves that we have. Later on in this board package, there's an agenda item F322 where I'll be explaining why we have such a large reserve while we are closing 15-16. That makes us balance 16-17 without making expenditure cuts. We are not so fortunate when we move into 17-18. So if you look at 17-18, page 8 of 12, we are planning or proposing to bring a reduction of almost $21 million, and that is in section B under expenditures, page 8 of 12, where it says proposed reductions in 17-18. That's the last but second but last line. So that's a projection right now. All these budgets are very conservative. We have to remember that I have not included any enrollment projections, and we all know that we will be getting more students, but that has not been included in here. We have used School Services of California's projection, which is much more conservative than Department of Finance. So those are items that we have to remember as we move forward. It's a very brief presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions from the board. And it is a public hearing.
Just a quick follow-up on, with regard to Shirley Black and the libraries, they were referring to the high schools, but there's not going to be any increase in library media tech at the high schools, or middle, it's just the elementary?
It's just the elementary start off, Ms. Beatty. It is a phase-in, a 3-year phase-in program, and the first year is bringing back the elementaries that lost the 2 hours of staff time, bringing the LMTs back, the library media technicians, to 6 hours. And then later on, we will be looking at middle schools and high schools.
Thank you.
Continuing on that theme, the line item that's in here in the budget is LMRTs. Now, there's an ongoing process, sort of every time an LMT leaves, we replace them with an LMRT, but we've had difficulty coming up with enough candidates. How is that? Is this 6 hours only for the LMRTs?
No. What is happening right now, Mr. Sellers, is that if an LMT retires, they are being replaced by LMRTs.
Right.
And there's also a plan to offer training to the existing LMTs so that they can become LMRTs. We are encouraging them and funded the training for them to take the training coursework at the San Diego County Office of Education, plus some professional development that the district is going to offer.
Okay. So in terms of the LMTs that started at 6 hours, they'll be restored to 6 hours.
Correct.
What about the ones that have been hired at 4? Do they not get elevated to 6?
They will be upgraded to 6 hours as well.
Okay. So you're telling me my job here is done, right? I can go home now. I don't have to do anything else.
No,
because there are some people who believe that, quite frankly. That's the only reason I'm here. So thank you. Okay. With regard to the HR analyst and the HR assistant, are these the positions that the Personnel Commission had asked for? I know they wanted one person to do classification studies.
Correct.
Is that the analyst position?
Yeah, the analyst position, and then the other position is the HR assistant.
Okay.
Yeah, both positions are for the Personnel Commission.
Great, thank you. I'm thrilled.
I have some concerns about the special education director. I believe wholeheartedly that we need a new director. However, I really need to request some additional special education data before I can agree to add that. I want to make sure we're not taking money that's really needed from the classrooms. I've heard that we're phasing out some ASC classes. ESY classes this summer are overloaded with more kids and fewer aides. I'm interested. I would really like to get more specific with you in a meeting to ask for some more data here. I really just don't have that data, and I am very interested in the accountability measures here before I agree that, yes, we can afford to put a new director into special education. So I made a big, long list of things that I'd like to know, but I think maybe an offline conversation in person would be best, maybe with the special education directors. I see one sitting in the back there. Mm-hmm. Oh, both of you. Hello. So I have some concerns there that I'd like to touch base with before I'd be comfortable voting on this one.
Okay. We set up the meeting, Miss.
I'd like to just follow onto that conversation because most of our litigation involves a suit from parents with regard to special education. So it seems like if we have extra help at the management level, it could actually act as a preventive, perhaps with training some of our special ed teachers in order to prevent some of those lawsuits or settlement claims down the line. So the position, the extra position may end up paying for itself.
If there are no additional comments from board members, I do need to open a public hearing at some point now. All right, at this point, I would like to open the public hearing of the 2016-17 proposed budget, first reading. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this budget at this time? I know we have the BRAC committee coming up next, so. All right, at this time, I will close this public hearing. Thank you very much, Ms. Thalani.
Thank you.
Nope, I am back. Agenda item H1. Thank you so much for waiting around with us for this long. This is the Budget Review Advisory Committee, BRAC, end of the year report. I want to introduce you briefly here. The next two early agenda items, it's not that early anymore, I recognize, but they're the end of the year reports from our two board advisory committees, BRAC here, the Budget Review Advisory Committee, and the Educational Technology Advisory Committee. So last April, wanting to better understand and consider some diverse viewpoints, interests, opinions, concerns of our community, this board established a new board policy that enabled us to create these board advisory committees. So each committee was separately approved by the board and given a specific purpose to fulfill. So this board asked this particular board advisory committee, quote, to review the annual capital and operating budgets for potential cost savings through increases in financial efficiency and economies of scale. The board has received and reviewed your report, so thank you very much for that. Though 5 minutes probably only scratches the surface of the work you've done, here we go. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. My name is John Riley. I'm the chair of the Budget Review Advisory Committee, and I'm joined here by Gary Hamels, our vice chair of the committee. I just want to introduce you to some of the work that we've already accomplished. The process that we've gone through We've just got started as a committee. We were formed in the very end of 2015. We've only had 5 business meetings, and we've had the pleasure of Ms. Thalandi and her staff that has presented budget information to us, have educated the committee on some of the financials. It's a huge budget. It's a $376 million budget with 50,000 line items of information. We are just skimming the surface, but we made some very nice progress. We've zeroed in on one big issue that we really want to bring to the board's attention to, and that specifically is the structural deficit that exists in our budget. We believe this to be a very serious problem. To go through this in more detail, I'd like to turn it over to Gary Hamels. Gary has 37 years of school business experience. He's previously served here at PUSD for 14 years as our Director of Finance, and also served for 15 years as the Assistant Superintendent of Business at San Marcos Unified. Mr. Hamels.
Thank you. As was mentioned, we focused in on one item because there's so many things to look at, and it was the structural deficit. It just stuck out like a sore thumb. But I want to explain what a structural deficit is. There's 2 types of deficit, a planned deficit and a structural deficit. So let's say you had, just for discussion purposes, you had $100 million in revenue, $100 million in ongoing expense. Malnick would love that it's balanced. Any business manager would. But if you have 100, let's say you get a grant, a 2-year grant, $10 million from the federal government, and they give it to you all at one time. They never would, but let's say they would. So you have $110 million in income, but you're only going to budget $5 million, half of it this year, half of it next year. That shows that you have an increase to your reserves. Really, it's a profit, but we don't use the P word in our business. So you have $5 million extra. You will budget that next year. So let's assume you have the same $100 million in revenue, ongoing revenue, $100 million in expenses. Now you budget that $5 million. Now you have an extra $5 million deficit. That's a planned deficit because once it's spent, it's gone and it's over. Structural deficit's different. You have $100 million in revenue, $102 million in ongoing expense. You have a structural deficit of $2 million. So you either get $2 million more money or you cut $2 million to break even. And so we took this current year's budget, 2015-16, and started with that. And what we're going to do is take out some of the one-time revenues. We only dealt with the big items, one-time revenues and one-time expense. We didn't get into every nitty-gritty detail. We wouldn't have time to do that. So here's your revenue. Total revenue of $353 million. We took out the one-time funding of $18 million. And as you will see, you only budgeted $2.8 million. So that hides a deficit because it adds $15 million to your reserves, 15.4. We also took OPED reserves. You took $1.2 million in OPED reserves over into the general fund budget to pay for ongoing expenditures. And we're told you did it this year and you're going to do it next year, and then you're done. But the expenditures keep going on. So we've taken the incomes out for that. Gives you total revenues or resources of $333 million. Here are your expenditures, current year, $346 million. We have to add back or subtract the one-time funds because we took the income out. We want to take the expense out, $2.7 million, almost 2.8. We're going to add back a dollar amount. What you started with in carryovers is X. The projected carryovers is higher, so we have to add back that excess, that $1.2 million in excess carry because you pushed it into your reserves. We're going to undo that just to make it even. So that gives you adjusted expenditures of $344 million. You can see where this is going. $10.8 million in ongoing deficit. That's structural deficit. It's going to repeat itself the following year. So we wanted to do, again, the same thing with the budget presented for tonight. Now, we took the figures as of 5/24. I don't know if you've changed those, but those are the numbers we have. So 2016-17, here's your revenues. $357 million. We're taking out the one-time funds of $8.2 million because you didn't budget any expenses at all. So That would cover a deficit, the structural deficit, if we didn't take that out. Land. Now you're borrowing $5 million to do an infrastructure, a one-time expense. So we took that out, and we're also taking the expense out. But you're borrowing $5 million. It's adding to your debt. OPEB, again, that same OPEB transfer you're doing it 2 years in a row, we're taking it out. Gives you $342 million in revenues. Expenditures, $376. We're taking out the one-time payment that you're making for this infrastructure thing in the county communication budget. So that's a one-time, you take it out of reserves, it doesn't repeat itself. The land system, we take the expense out so it matches and we're balanced. Now you are borrowing $2.5 million for your computer system. You did it this year, you're doing it next year. I don't know if this is a perpetual thing, I just left it in because it's balanced, but it's adding a $500 plus $1,000 expense every year for 5 years because you're paying for it over 5 years. We will look into that next year if we continue on with this committee. You pre-budgeted carryover of $8.6 million. Now, when carryover is budgeted and spent, it's over. It's not a perpetual expenditure. So we took those out, gives you $361 million in expenditures. Your structural deficit is $18.4 million. Very close to the deficit you're showing on the state forms. The state forms do not show a structural deficit. They just show a deficit or an increase to your resources or your reserves. So this is why we took it in this direction. The state's not offering those forms. You have to do it independently. Ongoing, 18.4. So we wanted, and that's a 70% increase in your deficit. So we want to just look at the deficit and talk about the increase. So here's your revenues. You increased your revenues by $8.9 million. I didn't get into whether it was restricted, unrestricted, or where it came from. Here's your expenditures, $16.5 million, going in the wrong direction. So you increased your deficit by $7.6 million. So let's look at some of the basic expenditures, as Malaga was mentioning. I have a term for it. I call it annual personal costs. So you increase your revenues by $8.9 million. Your annual personal costs, and I forget what you called it, workload budget, step and column minus retirements, health insurance increase. She was asked or she was given a projection of 12% increase in health benefits starting January. So you got the 60% this coming year, the 40% of that coming in 17-18, and then you're taking 40% of this year's increases, which hit in the fall. Those add together $2,050,000. And then the state retirement. That's a new item, and I'm sure Malaga's been preaching to the choir on that one. That started in his revised budget, the governor's revised budget, I believe in May 2014. This will be our third year of this increase. It's something like a 7 or 8 year increase. It'll double the cost, in fact, more than double the cost. And so we're at $8.9 million just for those costs alone. Your new income pretty much covers that. It's a 2.7% increase in revenues just to cover those costs alone. Expenditure increases. So if you increase your expenditures by $16.5 million, you subtract those annual personal costs, which are coming whether you like it or not, you're adding $7.6 million in new expenditures. Brand new. And you can see it's increasing your deficit. You're paying for it out of your reserves, and it's not helping you in the future. So what are our recommendations? Deficit of $18.4 million, which will keep on growing. If you follow the path, this will repeat itself next year if you do nothing. If you get no revenues, you're going to add those personal costs, and now you're going to be at about $27 million next year if you do nothing. And next year, if you look at her presentation, you only have $14 million to cover it out of your reserves. So you will be in the hole $15 million or more in 17-18. So we're recommending stop all new planned programs, expenditures. One of them was the exploration program you mentioned tonight, some growth staffing. Stop them because you're going to end up cutting it back the following year unless you come up with $18 million in new revenues. You're going to hire someone and then give them a notice the following year. Why start it at all? And we'd also ask that or recommend that you'd stop any non-required expenditures before the start of the school year, if you can. It's a huge undertaking, but whatever you can stop it as quickly as possible. It will ease your pain later on. Start preparing a plan to cover the deficit in 17-18 to bring it down to zero. Again, a big undertaking in 1 year, but in December, you will be presenting your first interim report, and you have to certify that you can meet your expenditures in the current year and 2 following years. And you will have to have a plan to either bring it down to zero, and my opinion is negotiating an expenditure increase is not a plan. That's not something you can count on. That would take another party involved. So I would surmise that you would be filing a qualified status statement in December, unless new revenues come in to alleviate the problem, or you can cut enough expenditures over the next year and have it down on paper for the county office to approve. And that's where we stand.
Thank you very much for your presentation, though that was 10 minutes. Board members, do we have any questions for our presenters?
It's just hard not to mention that, I mean, this board approved $12 million in raises last year, and maybe given this, that may not have been the most prudent course of action.
I just wanted to thank you and your committee for your work. I attended probably about half the meetings, but you know, I think you've done a very good job of trying to find, you know, the biggest piece of the pie that can be affected and honed in on it, and I appreciate that, and I certainly expect your committee to continue, hopefully, to provide us this information in the future, and hopefully we'll do something useful with it.
Well, we wish it would have been more upbeat, but you know, this is
yeah.
It is.
Accountants are used to it being whatever it is. It is what it is.
Yes. Mr. Zane.
I'd like to echo Board Member Seller's gratitude for your work on this committee, and I noticed, you know, 5 times over 7 months, and I'm hoping that the board continues and you don't necessarily go away for the summer, because I'd love to hear from you again as far as your recommendations in areas other than just the exploration program. I mean, it's what you presented, you know, certainly is a layman's review of this very detailed and complicated budget as you've described it. And sometimes it's a little bit easy to kind of distill. This is your revenue. These are your expenses. Here's your deficit. The hard choices, as you know, probably come in. All right. Well, where do we cut? Where do we bring it down to zero? So I just look forward to hearing more and your recommendations and working with you wherever you see it's appropriate. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Patapel.
Gary, we go back a long way, and you can remember when Jim Abbott was the financial manager, and when he gave a report, and it reminds me of the doom and gloom he gave. And Malik is upbeat, always smiling, but really appreciate your work and your recommendations. I know it's difficult. I know it's a time-consuming task, and you haven't had much time, and I really appreciate the work you've put in to get it to this point. Thank you.
Your recommendations look like you put a lot of time into them, and I'd like to thank your chair, Mr. Riley, for also speaking with me on the phone about the procedures your committee's going through, because I think there are some things that the board might use from the way your committee does things to make sure other committees run very smoothly going forward as well. So thank you again for your work, both of you.
Thank you.
Agenda item H2, this is the Educational Technology Advisory Committee, ETAC's end-of-the-year report. Again, this is, they've been meeting since last May, so a little bit longer than BRAC. The board asked this committee, quote, to provide strategic input, advice, and recommendations regarding the use of technology for student learning, technology program priorities, technology needs throughout the district, and planning, implementation, and evaluation of current and new technology initiatives. Again, all the board members have received and reviewed your recommendations, so please take 5 minutes to present them. I hope you can tell time better than BRAC.
Yeah, we're
It's
good.
a contest. All right.
Yeah, we're good.
Hello, my name is Brian Siness. I'm a member of ETAC. ETAC consists of parents, teachers, and community members, each having a unique vision of preparing our next generation through the effective use of technology. Diverse committee debate led to the final 10 recommendations. Leadership. The district should present a clear vision regarding the role of technology in education. It should fund physical education, arts, and music at a level that is at least comparable to the funding for technology. The PUSD board and superintendent should finalize the district's IT organizational structure with clearly defined goals, roles, and position descriptions to ensure accountability. Health and safety. The district should offer students a paper-based curriculum as an alternative option to instruction based on computers and mobile devices. It should address the health and safety risks associated with digital devices such as internet addiction, vision health, radiation, cybersecurity, and privacy. It should only introduce technologies that have been adequately studied through independent peer-reviewed research that demonstrates the new technology will not pose a health or privacy risk and will measurably improve student achievement. Technology planning. The district should finalize district-wide kindergarten through 12 technology standards by the beginning of the 2016-2017 school year, present those standards to the community, and work to finalize an overall PUSD technology plan as soon as possible. It should provide job-embedded professional development via expanded TOSAs for teachers to be successful in implementing the K-12 technology standards into the Common Core curriculum. This professional development should address the unique needs of students receiving special education services and or using assisted technology. It should develop or update a policy that addresses digital citizenship so that students are not only competent in technology, but also understand, along with parents and teachers, the safe and responsible use of these tools. The district's use of technology should emphasize creations such as coding, tinkering, design thinking, project-based learning, robotics, and experiential model lessons to support K-12 technology standards. It's our hope that the measures outlined above will serve to guide the board and that accountability be linked to implementation of our recommendations.
Thank you. So as you could see, leadership was the #1 topic out of many that we started looking at a year ago. And we really want you to understand that leadership to us is looking at the district like a three-legged stool. You've got the teachers and the staff. They're working so hard to do their part for the kids. Then you have students and parents. They're also doing their part, working very hard and volunteering countless hours, just like we did on this committee. So the leadership of the district is the third leg of that stool, and it needs to do its part. We've obviously had issues with the superintendent, so we're not going to address that, but we do need every single board member to step up to your duty to provide oversight and accountability. You're doing this on behalf of taxpayers and the students, parents, teachers, and all of the staff. We hope you can do this not just in an area as important as technology, but on all fronts, because no matter how strong the other two legs are on that three-legged stool, the entire structure is shaky and at risk of collapse if that third leg of leadership is not strong in doing its part. This committee dedicated well over 100 combined hours with substantive debate and discussion to live up to our mandate. After 5 months of having our committee questions submitted by Board President O'Connor Ratcliffe and by Board President at the time, Kimberly Beatty, the questions were just ignored by staff, but most importantly by the one staff member that you supervise, the superintendent. That was after 5 or 6 months, and we finally agreed as a group to submit these very basic questions as a Public Records Act request. It never should have come to that. Of course, the private data that was then carelessly handed out was a result of that Public Records Act request, and that never should have been allowed to happen. So cybersecurity is also one element of the recommendations that we put forth, but we now see that as a very important element. We intended for the district to help students and teachers understand how important it is to manage their private data in a safe way. We didn't at the time understand that that really needs to be a huge priority for the district itself. So we hope that you will take these recommendations into account, and again, we really need the leadership to come from the board members.
Well, thank you. Good evening. I'm Jessica Shi, Vice Chair of ETAC 2015-2016. Well, there's no doubt that technology has changed our lifestyle profoundly. However, not all changes are positive. we do face serious digital device-associated public health challenges, such as computer vision syndrome, visual stress-induced myopia, commonly known as nearsightedness, internet addiction, and so on. The adverse health impacts of digital devices are well documented in medical field. We have included 21 references on health and safety in ETAC's official report to the board. Unfortunately, children and teenagers are the most vulnerable victims because their eyes, their brains, and their bodies continue to develop through childhood until adulthood. Visual stress-induced myopia has affected the largest population. In the US and Europe, myopia prevalence among young adults has increased to 50%, double the prevalence half a century ago, due to increasing screen time and decreasing outdoor time. This is a serious school-related public health issue that affects all our children and the future of this nation. We urge the district to provide a paper-based curriculum as an option to all students with risk to computer vision syndrome. We also urge the district to provide sufficient health education to all teachers, staff, parents, and students to ensure a safe learning environment for all students in digital age. In short, let's have all of our students' best long-term interests at heart and implement educational technology in TK-12 schools with a clear vision, with great care, and with knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We'll take some questions from the board if you want to hang around. I'd like to recognize Noah Lee out there. He's also on the ETAC committee.
I want to thank you all for your work. I know acutely how much time you all put in because I was on the group emails, and it was an enormous amount of time and effort. So thank you for doing that on behalf of our district. And I know everybody needs a well-deserved respite at this point, and the board needs to figure out, since these were one-year terms, how we go from here. But I think, we have our roadmap, and so I think the next step is for the board to digest this, and then at some point come back. Some of this is staff work, some of this is proposals that we saw in our LCAP presentation. Some are policy level implements. So, I think it would behoove the board to follow up with some kind of workshop. And with regard to the policy, we are going to be, in the end of September, overhauling all of our policies to align them with the California School Boards Association. Although ours will still be customized to fit, what's important in Poway Unified. And some of these are, more fleshed out and specific. But so that would be part of the workshop, I think, would be sort of, to work on those facets between the board and the staff, and then with participation from you all. So, I'm not sure when that would be, but as I said, thank you for all your work. I know there was just it was a extensive amount of collaboration, yet a fairly large group, and everyone was coming together with their own ideas and opinions. And I also said you were our very first advisory committee. So like your first child, we made all our mistakes on you. So thank you for allowing us to experiment with you all. And I also appreciate you giving us a summary of proposals for procedural proposals for the committee as far as going forward, how we can better create that committee structure. So thank you again, guys.
Suzanne?
Well, actually, the very last part is what I was going to add. Kimberly just said it. Separate and apart from the work you did on the subject matter, just thanks for being our guinea pigs, for lack of a better term, and going through the growing pains of this advisory committee, finding your way, trying to decide what the objective was, what your level of staff support is going to be, et cetera, and grateful for the email I received from Jessica, I believe it was. I assume was a product of all of your work with recommendations on how to improve the advisory committee process moving forward. So thank you.
Mr. Sellers.
I too want to thank you for all the hard work you put in, and I know there was a lot of angst and everything else that went into it, and so I appreciate you guys sticking with it and persevering to this outcome. I wanted to hone in on one of your recommendations that I think is particularly salient. It's leadership item number 2, where you say the district should fund physical education, arts, and music at a level that is at least comparable to the funding for technology. When I was running for this office, a former board member who was also seeking re-election accused me of being anti-technology, direct quote, as if that's possible in the 21st century. I mean, I have a cell phone like everybody else. But, whatever. But the point of it is that I reiterated I wasn't anti-technology, I was anti-waste. And the particular problem I had with it was that I felt we were overemphasizing it to the exclusion of other things. There was an imbalance. And I think research has shown that clearly. We spend more per capita per student on educating people in this country than any place other than Liechtenstein. The bulk of that separates us from the rest of the world is what we spend on technology. And again, research shows that we get pitiful return for the money that we spend on technology. And so this is absolutely, technology is a tool. It's no different than a plow or a hammer. Okay, it's a question of how you use it, what it costs, and how effective it renders you in accomplishing your mission. And so I think point number 2 is absolutely hitting the nail on the head in terms of saying we can do better and we can probably do it with less.
Especially with the budget shortfalls that were just presented.
Yes.
Having been at 8 of your 10 committee meetings this year, I absolutely appreciate the effort, the time, the commitment, and the struggles that the committee has been. And I hate having you back there, Noah. I wish you were up at the table too, because this goes to you as well. But I think this board very much values your expertise, and thank you for going through this struggle with us and offering up a lot of potential problems and potential solutions that we can walk through together. The board, I think it goes without saying, is going to carefully consider your recommendations here. We've already shared the document with staff, and in particular, we're interested in what the District Tech Steering Committee is going to come back with. We hear they're going to have a presentation to us starting next month's board meeting, and I think we can really hope to mesh some of the things that came out of ETAC with what they're doing. And please know that the board values what you did, and we will obviously be considering all of that. And I think Ms. Beatty outlined well the next steps on many of those. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. It's a miracle. We're on our action items. D101. This is ratification of student discipline. Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. The board met in closed session today regarding case number 2015 to 2016.2. In this case, the question is, does the board accept the recommendation of the hearing panel to expel the student? At this time, the board will hold a roll call vote.
I just asked the question now.
Okay. We've heard the question, so we'll start down at the end. Mr. Sellers.
I do not accept the decision rendered by the review panel.
So your vote is no.
Yes, my vote is no.
Okay. Ms. Beatty.
Aye.
Mr. Patapow.
Aye.
Mr. Zane.
Aye.
And I also vote yes. With a roll call vote, 4-1, the board has ratified student discipline. D101, approval of interdistrict attendance agreements. Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. In order for our district to allow students to matriculate in our schools when they live outside our school boundaries, an interdistrict agreement must be in place with the sending district and the receiving district. Your action on this item allows us to continue working with local districts to support student learning.
Are there any questions? All right, a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
On a motion by Mr. Zane, second by Ms. Beatty. Are there any questions? Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? This motion passes unanimously. E-104, this was pulled by a member of the public, Mr. Riley, I believe. Is he still present? Okay, let me open it here. Approval to submit 2 waivers to increase special education resource specialist caseloads. Dr. Robertson?
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we bring forward 2 waivers to cover caseloads for our ISP teachers for the remainder of this school year. The teachers have agreed to an additional hour per day of an instructional assistant.
You can address why you've pulled the item or whatever. Yeah.
I contacted your office to try to understand what this was, and I got no return. So I actually went to school today. I grabbed a resource teacher to explain this to me. My son is affected by not this particular issue, but he is in resource. Now, I would ask for a response on this if I can, because it's a simple yes or no. Is it true that if a caseload is over 28 students, that a teacher can not sign a waiver and we have to make other stipulations for that? Am I correct on assuming that? Or
Yes, I'm going to have our Director of Special Education come and address that for you. The answer is yes. And I'm going to apologize. I don't remember getting a message from you. So
that's fine.
I don't, I would have been happy. So this is Kathy Purcell. She is our Director of Elementary Education, and she'll address that for you. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Good evening. And so our RSP caseloads, sometimes they fluctuate throughout the year. The state does put a limit, a cap of 28 for RSP teachers on their caseload. When a teacher goes above 28, they have 2 options. They may go ahead and request a waiver, and at that point, the teacher is accepting the waiver completely their own volition, and they get extra aid support. The other option is that we go ahead and we support the site with 1 extra day a week of a teacher. And so our teachers, oftentimes, they have their class groups set up, and they prefer the extra support of the aides they know than having a teacher who may not know their kiddos. And so it's completely voluntary, whatever the teacher would like to choose.
Okay, so I guess the other thing that I just have to ask here is why don't we have a rover that bounces around instead of stretching our teachers thin? Again, I understand that resource is a case-by-case on each student. My son has a special need compared to someone else's. They're in these classes because they need that extra one-on-one or 2-on-1, whatever it is. I don't see where having someone extra in there because if a teacher takes on an extra case, she is really taking away from another child. And that's not disrespectful. That's just common math here. So, as I don't oppose this extension because it's for 7 days. I mean, when I read it, it's for 7 days. I think it should have been filed a little bit before. But again, I know how case loads work. But all I'm asking is, in the future, why don't we look at having those roving so these students in our care get that extra, because they're already in that program for a reason. And it's not to make them feel different or whatever, but they need the extra help. And I have no problems with our teachers here. I think they're excellent, but they are taking time away. And it has affected my child to a degree, and nothing that I'm upset about and nothing that's anybody's fault, but I've seen it. So keeping our caseloads where they need to be, I think as a whole, we need to look at even letting them do a submission out. Let's keep our caseload where that is. That's all I really had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Thank you, Ms. Purcell.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Just a quick note. There was one new resource teacher in our budget for next year. Is that correct? Did I see that?
Yes, there's one that's going to be supporting all the schools and helping them with their loads.
So maybe something towards your concern there. Okay, at this time, then I'll.
I just want to ask just a follow-up question on that. So, are these self-contained classes like the learning strategies classes, or were the resource specialists is in the general ed class?
No, these are at the elementary level, so they actually do pull-outs for the most part. Is that true, Kathy?
During the regular day.
You're right.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions that Kathy can respond to, or is that?
That's it.
Yeah. Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
A motion by Mr. Zane, second by Mr. Patapow. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, this passes unanimously. Item D201, approval of resolution 47, 2016, entitled The Waiver of Sabbatical Bond Requirement. Ms. Hogarth.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Nelson is a biology teacher at Poway High and has been granted a sabbatical for the 2016-17 school year. Tonight we ask that you approve to waive the bond.
Motion to approve.
Second.
On a motion by Mr. Zane, second tie goes to alphabetical Beatty.
Right.
All in favor? Oh, sorry, we have some discussion first. Mr. Sellers.
Tracy, can you explain the nature of the bond that's normally required and what it's for and why we're waiving it?
Yes, typically the bond was required basically as a holding for the teacher so that they would return to teach in the Poway Unified School District after we had granted them a sabbatical. But what we found over the years was that our teachers always do return, and our teachers with long status and standing definitely want to return to share the work that they've done on their sabbatical. And so the bond, I think now bonds are around $500 or more, and it is typically a burden on our teacher to acquire that bond. And so we haven't had any issues whatsoever with teachers not returning after a sabbatical.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion or questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? This item passes unanimously. Item E206, approval of resolution number 46, 2016, entitled Resolution Regarding the Elimination or Reduction in Hours of the Classified Positions as contained within Exhibit A, corresponding layoff of classified employees. Ms. Hogarth.
This item, I believe, was pulled by Mr. Zane. Mr. Zane, did you have some questions?
Thank you. You attempted to answer some of the questions I asked by email on this, but I think there may be some other board members that shared similar questions. What I was really interested in getting at, and the answer was a little bit vague, and we don't know the full, you're saying we won't know what the savings are from this until we find out how many of the up to 25 food and nutrition assistant 1s and food and nutrition assistant 2s either decide to bump or whatever other action you said it was. Can you at least give us what is the maximum savings from doing something like this? If everybody decided not to.
Let me see. Ms. Corey Amador, is that a question that you can help us with, or is it a question that Mr. Lewis can assist us with? Why don't you both come up?
Share the heat.
Share the mic. These are our two resident experts. Corey Amador, as you know, is our Personnel Commission Director, and Lou Lewis is our Director of Food and Nutrition.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The question was how much money we're talking about. If no one decides to bump, we're talking roughly $25,000. $25,000 is a lot of money for the child nutrition program. And if we do not do this, then we will ask my boss, Malaga, to subsidize us from the general fund. We normally don't like to do that. We never do that. The child nutrition program is self-supporting. Our primary objective is to not encroach on the general fund, and we've never done that. And we really do not intend to do that. And so as a last resort, we look at cutting hours. The good news is that we did not cut any positions. But we had to make sure that our budget was balanced.
If I may ask a follow-up question to that point then. Last month, the board, I think it was item D301 on last month's agenda, April 5th agenda, I guess it was. There was a motion to approve an increase to lunch prices. And so I'm curious why we approved the increase to lunch prices last month, and this month we're seeing a cut to the food and nutrition assistance 1 and 2. Was that not taken into consideration when coming forward with the lunch price increases? Could we not have approved a slightly higher lunch price increase last month so as to avoid the cuts in food and nutrition assistance 1 and assistance 2 this month?
I would not recommend increasing meal prices higher than 25 cents. Just like the supply and demand, economics. History has shown that whenever we increase our meal prices, our participation drops. For example, for every nickel we increase meal prices, our participation drops 1%. So therefore, you have a leveling off effect. In the board agenda last month, it was clearly stated in there that meal prices was just a part of what was necessary to balance the budget. We indicated that additional action would be needed in order to make sure that we balance the budget. This is the additional action that we need to take.
Understood.
I'm struggling here because I think every member of the board and our associate superintendents up here at the dais received an email from the lunch ladies, anonymous lunch ladies, telling a little bit different story about these 15 minutes and that they will be required to work off the clock to keep doing the same work and be paid 15 minutes less for it. Do you have a response to that? They're not here, to my knowledge, although we do have one public speaker on this item, so perhaps we should call that public speaker up. But I do want to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Sure. No one will be required to work off the clock. As a matter of fact, it is not authorized to do so. The SEIU, along with our personnel department, has required each kitchen to post a sign, a brochure, clearly indicating that working off the clock is not authorized. And so we have other mechanisms. If individuals need to work extra hours, they sign a timesheet and they get paid for it, and we encourage them to do that. But just keep in mind that the average lunch length at elementary schools is 1 hour and 45 minutes. That's all. Now, each one of our schools are set up to serve 9 kids per minute as they go through the lunch line, and that's how they were built. Currently, the schools that we cut in hours are serving roughly 1.5 students every minute. Now, count that out. Every 60 seconds, they're serving 1 student. That is not cost effective.
Thank you. I was waiting to see if you had something else to add.
No, other than the fact that to follow on the hour and 45 minutes is the length of the hours of the lowest individual is 3 hours one can clearly see that you have time before and after, you know, the hour and 45 minutes to do the setup and the cleaning. Okay?
Okay, this time I think I'd like to go to Clerk Patapow to call our public speaker on this item.
Lynette Turner.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Lou. Much appreciated. Corey, don't talk so much next time, okay?
Thank you. I'm talking to you not as the representative of the food and nutrition workers because I do not represent them. I'm speaking to you as a concerned employee. I am very interested in the fiscal solvency of the district as much as in the food and nutrition department. But I also am an experienced employee representative, and as a student also of managerial finance, I know that there are creative ways to get better services without cutting personnel. 15 minutes a day, by my calculations, was about 19,000. I'll take 25,000, and out of a $9.8 million budget, 10,000 of which is allocated to conferences for the director. So I would propose to you to take this off the agenda, do a more thorough study of the budget and where cuts can be made. In addition, today on a committee out of the Personnel Commission to review classifications, a new classification was presented for a supervisor out of food and nutrition, for a person who would be paid in a managerial salary with dietetic experience and licensing, which adds another higher level of management expense for a very useful and needed. I would, as a parent, I would absolutely propose that we have better school lunches than what we have and would want to see that addressed. However, I'm very concerned that you do it off the backs of 25 very hardworking individuals who I know, many of which are time-sheeting hours and working off the clock, and that's an absolute. So I would encourage you to look deeper at this issue before approving this layoff. I appreciate that this was pulled. I do not like seeing the elimination or reduction of hours of valuable employees stuck in a consent agenda. I think every single time you should look at it, face it, discuss it openly in the public forum, and see the faces of the people that you're cutting. In this case, they couldn't be here, but they have communicated to you directly, and they've communicated to us, and we reach out to you to consider, again, approving such a reduction. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Ms. Turner, you are not speaking on behalf of SEIU at this time.
I am not.
Because I did reach out to the president of SEIU and didn't receive any response, and that's a little troubling.
SEIU is in a transition period at the moment.
I understand that.
And
their employees still need representation.
That's right. And so those folks reached out to you directly, I understand, and as they have the right to do.
And I would just add on a personal note, he suffered a recent tragedy, so.
Yes, and personal tragedy.
Mr. Zane.
You should mark the date. All right, it's maybe one of those few times where you and I are in 100% agreement on something.
I know. I was back there going, wow.
I find it hard.
So were we.
Yeah, I find it kind of hard to believe. And by the way, I never like to upset the lunch ladies. You know, you never know what they could do to your food, right? You never upset the lunch ladies.
If they're taking 1 minute per student, I personally, as a parent, am grateful.
Well,
that's my kid going, I forgot my stuff. Where's my money?
I've mentioned that beginning and the end of January, I've been visiting all the school sites, and I think without fail, every school site I visited, the principal has commented as to the value of the lunch personnel in assisting with the transition of the students to lunch, from lunch. Sometimes the class runs over, or whatever the case may be. I know I've witnessed, because I've been at some of the schools during lunchtime, the work that they do above and beyond what is required of them. And I did the math myself. I came out to roughly $20,000 at the high end. maybe $12,800 on the low end. And I find it hard to believe that in a budget as big as that some efficiencies can't be found elsewhere for the valuable service that they provide. So I'd like to move that we table the item and ask staff to go back and see what possible other budgetary revision can be made to accommodate and not have to make these deductions.
I just wanted to ask a question. I think this may be for you, Ms. Associate Superintendent Hogarth, about we do these reductions on a monthly basis. So how does this fit in the scheme of, whenever we do these position reductions? I mean, they're on the agenda every month, and each employee that's affected then has bumping rights.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this particular action fit in the scheme of things?
Let me have Corey. Do you mind coming back up? I think you might need to pose your question. How does this particular action fit in the scheme of?
Well, in the scheme of these consent calendar classified position reduction and layoff notices. I mean, we do pages and pages of these every single month, and it's a standard practice. And the employee, if they're affected and their position goes from 8 to 6, then they because their workload has decreased, they are allowed to find a commensurate position. So I'm just wondering, how is this different than those routine items that this board approves every month?
So I'll do my best to address your question, I think, in a couple of parts. One is, since I've been here, I've brought probably 3 resolutions to the board for reductions regarding classified staff. And those reductions are typically in regards to an employee who has worked additional hours on timesheets and who's triggered then 20 consecutive days at increased hours. And so they have had their assignment, their base assignment increase to reflect those increase in hours. That was usually based on the fact that the individual was subbing in behind an absent employee, or perhaps there was a vacant position, so they were working in that vacant time on a timesheet. And so in those instances, that individual accidentally, for the most part, triggered the 20 days that is stipulated in Ed Code, that they are then entitled to a permanent increase in their base hours. So at that point in time, in order to undo that action, it does need to come before the board for the board to reduce the assignment back to its previous hours. And then from that point, from the board's action, there's a 60-day notification period before it would actually take effect. So the individual continues at those increased hours until the effective date. And that's typically what I've brought to you since I've been here. This item is very typical for school districts in the spring when they're looking at their budgets for the next school year. The sites, departments are looking at their budgets for the next year. It's typical then to bring a list of reductions or eliminations to the board. So for example, you have items here where you have a student no longer needing services, and so that position that was assigned to that student is no longer necessary. Or you have a 20-day trigger on this list as well. You also have another one where the program has been, either there's been a lack of work or a lack of funds in that program, and so you see a position being eliminated. So this is pretty typical in the spring. I think the other question that you had was in regards to whether or not this would be a consent item. I think that's been typical,
but
they
were. Have they not been on consent? The classified.
No, they have been on consent.
You have the certificated and you have the change in hours, and it's
Those are your classified personnel reports that come to you monthly.
Yeah,
those are different than this resolution that's brought to you when a need arises for a reduction or elimination.
Right. That's what I'm asking. How does this differ than those? The ones that appear on the consent calendar, those reduction in hours that we do for certificated and classified.
So we're
monthly.
Required to bring a resolution before the board when you're talking about reducing or eliminating positions, and that's separate than a personnel report that would come to the board on a monthly basis for you to approve hiring and separation of employees or promotion of employees, etc.
But some of those are reduction in hours, aren't they?
No, that would follow the board's action on a resolution. It has to be very specific that the board approve a resolution before those types of items can show up on your classified personnel report.
And there was a motion on the floor at this time.
At the table to next month.
Yes, I'm sorry, and I was speaking to Superintendent Robertson at the time. I missed it. Would you mind restating your motion?
I'll restate the motion with slightly differently. I'd like to table this item to next month with the exclusion of positions number 1, 8, and 9.
Thank you.
So that we can move forward with approval of positions 1, 8, and 9, and move that we table the decision on the food and nutrition assistants 1 and 2 to next month, and ask staff to go back and look at.
I'll second that. And I believe motions to table are not debatable, so this requires an immediate vote on the tabling of items 2 through 7.
What we have here are
Turn on your mic.
we have two topics in one motion here. We should probably split it. One is to table those particular items. The other is to
Yes.
approve the other ones.
And this is only the motion to table those items.
Okay.
2
Yes.
through 7.
And I believe that is not debatable at this time. So let's call the vote here. All in favor of tabling items 2 through 7 to next month?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstentions? Okay, the motion to table was motion by Mr. Zane, second by O'Connor Ratcliffe. 4 ayes and Mr. Patapow voting no. There is a second motion there that Mr. Zane, would you like to
move to approve positions 1, 8, and 9.
And I'll second that. This we can have debate on. If there's any comment on this one.
I just wanted to express my comments about the lunch lady thing. I didn't get to talk about it, but it was very basic, which is that one is that, my son's about to graduate from high school. In 4 years, he's never once eaten lunch at Mount Carmel. I asked him why several times. He says, because I only have 30 minutes to get through the line and eat. Can't be done. The line's too long. So clearly there is a staffing issue. I don't think the answer to the staffing issue is to cut staffing. I think in response to Ms. Turner, I think she's right. I think we have to figure out a way to work smarter, not harder. And the other comment I'll make is that the fact that there isn't one of the reps from SEIU here to opine on this issue, and we all know who the 3 SEIU reps are from the local, not you guys, but the actual SEIU reps, it speaks volumes about perhaps why they're about to be jettisoned.
To the issue.
So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that motion to approve 1, 8, and 9 passes unanimously. D301, approval of monthly budget revisions. Ms. Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the regular budget monthly revisions that we bring to the board every month. We did miss last month because the board meeting was so early. So the revisions that are being presented today are for the month of March, April, and part of May.
Thank you. We'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
On a motion by Ms. Beatty, second by Mr. Zane. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And any abstentions? That motion passes, this item passes unanimously. D302, approval of resolution number 43, 2016, entitled Authorization to Make Temporary Transfers of Special or Restricted Monies Between District Funds for Fiscal Year 2016-2017. Ms. Thalandi.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, we are requesting approval to be able to transfer cash between funds in our district in the 2016-17 school year. As you know, we have 15 funds in the district, and the Director of Finance should have authority to transfer cash if she needs it for operational purposes. Funds that are borrowed in this manner are paid back within 3 months, and we do not borrow funds from the CFD accounts.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
On a motion by Ms. Beatty, second by Mr. Patapow. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? This item passes unanimously. D303, approval of resolution number 44, 2016, entitled Authorization for Governing Board of Poway Unified School District to request temporary transfer of funds from the county treasurer. Ms. Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This item is like a safety net that we prepare every year, but to date we have not had the need to borrow from the county treasury. In the event we do, this resolution will come in handy, and we can borrow up to 85% of our property taxes for the year, and that is about $114 million. So we prepared this resolution, send it to the County Office of Education, and have it ready in the event we need it. And as Madam President pointed out, we will change the date on this resolution. Thank you.
Pending the change of our June meeting date. Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
On a motion by Ms. Beatty, second by Mr. Zane. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? This passes unanimously. E305, ratification of district purchase orders, revolving cash fund expenditures, and purchase card transactions. Ms. Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This is ratification of purchase orders revolving cash and P-card transactions for the months of March and April. Ms. Beatty, was there any particular item you had questions on?
I had some concerns about the purchase orders, the two purchase orders for School Services of California, each for $12,500. Each of them is for the recruitment of associate superintendent positions, totaling $25,000. For one, it seems like we have a threshold requirement for a contract of $15,000. I think it would have been good for the board to have approved the contract. I'm also wondering why we didn't go out for bid, and I have some concerns that this was done at the direction of Dr. Collins to outsource the recruiting of these associate superintendent positions. I know one of them is a classified position that should ordinarily at least go through the Personnel Commission for the initial recruitment, and the board received a description of what School Services provided for their $25,000, and several items were things that probably they shouldn't be doing or shouldn't be paid for, like PowayUSD website, personal contact and encouragement of candidates. I mean, that would be something we would do here, and then facilitation of final interviews. So could you address any of those issues, why we've outsourced this and didn't go out for bid? And finally, normally when a headhunter is procured, they're not paid until they find somebody the district hires.
Tracy, do you want to take?
I can answer a couple of those questions, not all of them. You are correct. We were directed by Dr. Collins to move forward with School Services of California for the recruitment. Your concern about the Personnel Commission is not a concern, as Corey Amador, the director of the Personnel Commission, did work directly with School Services and followed all of the Personnel Commission rules and regulations in regard to the recruitment process for the Associate Superintendent of Business. So that wasn't something that we were concerned about. I can't speak to the bidding process because I would have to have Malaga do that. What was another one of the questions, Ms. Beatty?
No contract. It was divided into two payments of $12,500 for a total of $25,000, which reduces the threshold requirement of $15,000 in order for it to require a contract approval for the board. Even at $12,500, I think it would have been nice for the board to have approved that work.
Ms. Beatty, I think Ms. Hogarth announced her retirement in February, so at that point SSC was contacted, and that was the first $12,500. Then I announced my retirement in March, so there was a month gap. That's why it wasn't grouped together as a $25,000 contract. As far as bidding for such services, I don't know that we have done that in the past for recruitment services. we do reach out to school services for assistant superintendents or associate superintendent hiring. Dr. Collins asked us to do it, and we went. I am the one who called SSC to start the work.
It would not have been appropriate for Malaga nor for me to recruit and personally contact people for the positions in the district. Having School Services of California do that recruitment really was a way to get the word out wider to larger groups. Their personal contact with candidates is based upon their experiences with hundreds of districts and the people that they know, and they're looking for quality individuals that they believe might be a good match for Poway. The one piece that you did ask about the PowayUSD website and EdJoin, those are postings that we do here internally. SSC does not do that. That's not one of the things that they do. But the other postings that I listed for you in the briefing are the things that they do postings for us.
So that was just a misstatement then, because it said SSC services include, and that was part of the
I'm sorry if we included that. The PowayUSD website and I think EdJoin was the other one I have listed on there. Those are things that we did in-house. We used the same recruitment components, though, that SSC used, so it was the same information that candidates would see if they looked at the SSC recruitment component, for instance, on SSC's webpage.
And then I guess lastly, just the issue of the headhunter being paid prior to actually having found someone to fill a position.
Actually, they haven't been paid yet, Ms. Beatty. These are just the purchase orders. And then once we receive the invoice, then only we will pay them. These are the purchase orders encumbering for the service.
But do we pay them if they don't find anyone for us? Or if somebody comes through a different route?
You mean if they don't go through the hiring process through school services?
Yeah, I mean, could they, presumably if it's posted, I mean, we normally post these on the association sites, AXA, CASBO.
So all the candidates
Cash.
that apply go through school services regardless of what recruitment path they would have made. It would all go to School Services California.
Okay. Thank you.
Since Ms. Beatty pulled this item, I'd like to just bring attention again to the City of Poway, number 37, the $150,000 we pay the City of Poway to rent out the Poway Center for Performing Arts. I did ask the question about this already. This seems quite expensive, certainly more expensive than if we had a traditional theater at Poway High School. This joint use arrangement is supposed to be a good deal for us. I'm not sure it is. I would love to see some renegotiation perhaps with the City of Poway. I'd like to see that. I'm not going to hold up the approval of these purchase orders, but I'd love to see a discussion with the city about that and possibly the Tierra Bonita Fields. They seem to think we have the kind of surplus that they do.
We will follow up on that, Madam President.
Since Ms. Beatty pulled this, I'm sorry, Mr. Zane.
No, I was just going to say in response to that, too, I'm happy to circle back, too, with the City of Poway. They had some documents that illustrated the actual costs borne by the city and the school district that kind of gives some perspective to the $150,000 paid by the district.
I'd be interested in seeing it. Again, since Ms. Beatty pulled this item, would you like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve.
And I'll second, since I brought up another item. So with a motion by Ms. Beatty, second by O'Connor Ratcliffe. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstention?
No,
You voted yes. Okay, that was just a slow aye. I've got it. So this passes unanimously. Okay. E318, approval of Resolution 45-2016 entitled Authorization to Increase the District's Revolving Cash Fund. Ms. Lalonde.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Currently, we have a revolving cash fund, which is similar to a petty cash fund that we use for emergencies in the amount of $107,500. We are requesting permission to increase that amount to $150,000, and EDCO does allow $150,000 for unified school districts. Was there a particular question on this, Mr. Sellers?
No, I was simply going to put forth a motion to table this for a month based upon conversations that we had in closed session, in particular regarding this particular fund. Perhaps it dies
I guess
for lack of a
we're
second.
looking for a second at this point, or some discussion before, because a motion to table, there's no discussion.
But it needs a second.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, so, thank you. I didn't know whether to ask a question before providing a second, but now the second's been made. It's supposed to be non-debatable, but I'm curious what the impact is. If we don't do it, are we up against a deadline on this, that if it doesn't happen by next month?
If we don't do it this month, I would like to request that we do it next month. There is no emergency to do it this month.
Very well.
Okay, and with that, on a motion to table, no time certain on your motion?
To next month.
To next month. Motion to table to next month by Mr. Sellers, second by Mr. Beatty. Excuse me, it's late. Ms. Beatty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, this motion is tabled till next month. I'm sorry, this item, not motion. Item D501, approval of resolution number 49, 2016, entitled Authorizing and Providing for the Issuance of Special Tax Refunding Bonds of the Poway Unified School District Community Facilities District numbers 4, 8B, 9, 10, and 12, approving the form of separate bond indentures and or supplemental indentures, special tax refunding bonds, purchase contract, bond purchase agreement, preliminary official statement, and other documents with authorizing certain actions in connection with the issuance of such bonds. Ms. Thalandi.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we are bringing forward for the board's approval the legal documents for Series 2016A Special Tax Refunding Bonds of our 2000 Public Financing Authority Special Tax Bonds. The parameters of this refunding were originally presented to the board at the March 8th regular board meeting. The companion legal documents under agenda item L1 will be presented after the regular board meeting is adjourned. The officers of the Public Financing Authority, or the PFA, are as follows. Chair is Madam President, Ms. O'Connor Ratcliffe. Vice Chair, Mr. T.J. Zane. Clerk, Mr. Padapow. Executive Director, Dr. Robertson, and I serve as the Treasurer for the PFA. While the covenants of the Joint Acquisition Agreement, the JAA, prevent us from reducing the annual special tax for the participating CFDs, with the approval of the board tonight, we will be able to contribute an estimated combined amount of $11 million of surplus funds from the participating CFDs that will reduce the terms of the bond. So right now, the bonds are set to expire in 2042. If we do this process, we will have a 9-year reduction, bringing the term to 2033. In addition, we are looking at reduced interest costs from 4.8% to 3.1%. These two factors, as I said in my email to the board, give a combined gross savings to the taxpayers of about $38.3 million. When Sandy Burgoyne and Adam Bauer come up to do the presentation, they'll give us more details of how that gross savings is broken down. Based on these factors, I would like to recommend that the board please approve the documents this evening. Warren Divin, Nora Bryan of Best & Krieger, who are our bond attorneys, Jim Anderson, our disclosure counsel, and Adam Bauer of Feldman Rolab, our financial advisor, are also here this evening to answer questions from the board. If it is all right with the board, I would like to request Ms. Burgoyne and Adam Bauer to come up and do the presentation.
Come on down.
No, it's the L1.
Thank you. Tonight we're going to go over some updated information regarding the refunding that Malaga has given you a review on. And I believe you all have copies of the presentation, so we'll try to make this as quick as possible and take any questions afterwards. Just a review of the CFDs that we're going to be refunding. This was a PFA 2007, which was 248B, 910, and CFD 12. With that, these were the high schools, the elementary schools. We went all over that previously. CFD 4, CFD 8B, 9, 10, and 12. So it's Torrey Highlands, Black Mountain Ranch, Portswood, Torrey Highlands, Black Mountain Ranch. So I'll let Adam go over with what we determined and how we're going to present this refunding and the savings that we'll experience on the setup that we're doing.
Well, good evening. The first bullet point there that we've detailed, we've talked about the Joint Acquisition Agreement a few times, otherwise known as the JAA, and that does not allow for reduction of special taxes until a later point in time. We've also talked a bit about the rate and method of apportionment, or RMAs, and that is the special tax formula. That's what directs our CFD administrator to how they shall collect the taxes for the term of that CFD. So that's the first bullet point there. The next bullet point we have is we have $11,098,000 in additional funds that could be applied towards the financing in addition to the reserve fund. So I'm going to show you two sources of funds. The $11,098,000 is one of those sources. We've accelerated the debt service payment, so we repay the debt much quicker than the original bonds were structured for. And that's what we've also detailed there, is that instead of the taxpayers paying off the bonds between now and 2042, they'd be paying off the bonds between now and 2033. And then we've detailed the authority below. On the next page, this should look very familiar to you by now, one for this CFD or these CFDs, and also for other CFDs, because we've updated this over time. One of the things I've often pointed your attention to is the 10-year Treasury, and generally all the financings that we do to some degree trade off of that. We are at 1.85. This is not the lowest we've seen, or when we ran these numbers at 1.85. This changes every day. But we are not at the lowest point, but we are at still very, very low points for that 10-year Treasury, which also translates into our interest rates being very low. So now if we jump down to percentage and net present value savings of refunded bonds, in this scenario we're at 16.52. This is a very high percentage savings, and this is a number that we use to compare to other transactions. I want to go up a few lines, and we see net present value savings at $10,933,000, and then above that you see, let me get to where I can read these numbers, the present value savings a bit higher than that as well, and we'll show you some more detail on that as we go. That gross savings number, that includes the funds on hand. So the other numbers do not. The present value and the net present value do not include that, but that gross savings does include those funds on hand. And average annual savings to taxpayers, we show 1.4. This is obviously backloaded. It saves it in those years that we're paying off versus much in the earlier years. On page 4, we've updated the sources and uses that we showed you a few months ago on 3/8/2016 compared to today. And when we get down to the sources, or if we're still in the sources, that debt services reserve fund, as you see, if you look at both charts, those are the exact same. What we've been able to add are the custodial funds on hand, and that's that $11,098,000 number that I referenced earlier. And so that causes a number of things to happen. We've lowered the par amount. We've lowered some of the costs. Those consultants that are based on par amount, their costs go down, or service providers. And so if we look at cost of issuance, that does not change. This is a group of consultants that do not get paid based on the par amount, but then there are some that do. Whereas the underwriter, that's a very straightforward calculation. They do get paid on par amount. but both bond insurance and surety policy as well. And so you see a total of $1,000,008 versus $1,000,005. One thing I want to caution us all on, though, is a bond insurance, they are not a party on board. As I've told you before, we submit to them, and then they provide our quotes. We ran into a situation last year where we had two situations where we were projecting higher, and in one situation where their bids came in higher than we were projecting. So with our estimates from what we can tell of the market today, and so that's true for both the bond insurance and the surety policy there. If we go to the next slide, we've seen this, the far left you've seen many, many times. And then to the far right there where we show the bar charts. Today, both the navy blue and the light blue, that's your debt structure. After this financing, if completed, those light blues would be reductions in debt service. So those would be payments that the taxpayers would no longer pay. What we've also talked a bit about each time we've done a financing is a sensitivity analysis to that. And if I can remind you, 25 basis points is equal to 0.25. 1% is equal to 100 basis points. And so should the market move 100 basis points, you could see that would decrease savings quite a bit. But that would be a pretty big move between now and when we're looking at completing this financing. To the extent that it stays within a range of where we're at, of 25 to 50 basis points, you can see we're still well over that 10% range, and I think we've talked about in the past, 5% is still pretty high. What we've detailed here is a summary of the potential transaction as rates stood when we last ran the numbers. One of the things I've highlighted to your attention before is a debt service repayment ratio at 1.48. And then keep in mind, we've talked about GEO bonds and CFDs. These are CFDs, so getting a 1.48 is very low, especially on CFDs. And then we've detailed the cost below of what we have estimated for the cost of issuance. And you have some of those parties in the room today, and some obviously are not here today. Then on page 8, we've detailed the next steps that we see unfolding. We have this evening, where we're in front of you, actually this Friday, we have a call with Standard & Poor's, the rating agency, and then we are hopeful to be in the market in late June, and then close mid-June, and then have those bonds called away from investors in September 15th, 2017. We'll cover slide 9.
And again, as we've done in all of our presentations, we put in the covenants that we're required to adhere to as a result of the joint acquisition agreement, the $40 million that we issued that were supported by several of the CFDs to build Design 39.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for our presenters? Ms. Beatty.
Thank you for your presentation. I've been trying for the last few days to get an analysis of the savings that doesn't include the paying off of the debt. I haven't been able to get that answer. So I'll just ask the simple question. What would be the savings by just paying off debt with the cash on hand and not doing a refi? What is the gross savings? Right now it's quoted at $38 million. What would be the gross savings of taking that $11 million and paying off debt?
Yeah, you have it right there.
So what the gross savings that I've highlighted before were the $38,337,000. Then when we present value that total, you get to $23,800,000. Then we subtract out the $12,846,000 on hand. So not only are we subtracting out the 10.8 that we've referenced, we're also subtracting out the debt service reserve fund on hand. When you take out both those items, the net present value savings to the taxpayers is $10,933,000 with current interest rates. as of May 25th, May 20th.
Okay, I just want to go back to the raw numbers, because when you pay off debt now, if we take that 11 million and we pay off this debt that goes out to 2042, we're also saving on the interest payments that we don't have to pay for the term of the loan. So we're actually saving more than 11 million. We're saving whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, because a lot of this savings, I'm venturing to guess that this 38 million, the majority of that savings, of that gross amount, actually is from paying off debt with our surplus funds. So I just wanted to just talk apples to apples first and strip out the actual savings we're getting from using cash to pay off debt. And then, because it's important to do that analysis, because the board policy, let alone state law, but the board policy is about what the net present value is of a refi, not paying off debt because there's extra surplus money on hand.
So the calculations that match up to the board policies do not include that the amount of funds on hand. So I'll take a step back.
Right.
The total savings to taxpayers, 38.337. When we present value that number going out to 2042, that's a saving, and that present value savings of 23 million, approximately 800,000. We then subtract out 12,846,000, which is the custodial funds and that debt service reserve fund. So that without that, the savings to the taxpayers is 10,933,000.
Okay, so it's about a little over half of our savings comes from paying off debt, based on what you just said, because you do the net present value is 23 million. You take our cash on hand, pay that off, and that's 23 million minus the 12 million cash on hand, correct? That's how you came up with the 10 million? So the majority of our savings is actually coming from just paying off debt.
Well, all of your savings is coming from paying off debt. There's two sources of funds. There's new bonds, and then there's the funds on hand.
Well, that's a refinance in order to take advantage of a lower interest rate. But when we're using cash on hand, that's not a refinance. That's just paying off debt.
Okay.
Wait, that doesn't factor into the board policies criteria for whether a refinance is financially advantageous.
So the present value calculation that I've gone through does not include the funds on hand. That includes just the refinancing piece. If we've taken that out.
Thank you.
The dates don't line up.
Malaga, am I correct that Delinka and Associates is still being used as the special tax consultant to this
That is correct, Mr.
project?
Sellers.
And it's under the 5-year contract which is why they don't require separate approval here.
That is correct.
So in addition to reiterating my objections to lining Mr. Delinka's pockets, I wanted to raise a question about this 5-year contract. I'm sending down a copy of the contractual services report from February 10, 2014 that shows the approval of this 5-year contract to Delinka Group. And it's the vertical page, not the horizontal page, and it's the one with the red star next to it. And so this shows the approval that the board gave in February 2010 for this 5-year contract as a fee not to exceed $25,000 in the general fund and $600,000 from the CFDs. Now, based upon your response to an email request, you indicate that you believe those to be annual amounts, correct?
Sandy, do you want to answer?
Yes, I'd like to answer this. When this was submitted to the board, I went back, it was approved by all board members, including Ms. Beatty, who was on the board, and It was for
Ms. Burgoyne, my father had just died, and I was not at that meeting.
Okay. I met with you the week before this, and we went over it. On January 27th, you spent 2 hours in my office, and we discussed Delinka's contract as part of the presentation. This contract was submitted for 5 years, and the annual amount was $25,000 from the general fund annually, and the CFDs for $6,000 annually. That was how it was presented. And probably with new board members, we probably did not put the Y per year. Previously, we used to submit their contracts per fee schedule. They redid the contract, and we approved it in February, and it was for 5 years. And it has not come forward on any of the future years because of that. This was a 5-year contract, and you can look through every year. There's not been a renewal of it.
I understand, but I'm looking at the actual document that was approved by the board. Whether they thought it was an annual approval or not, it's clear from the wording of it that it's not an annual approval. It says fee not to exceed, and it's over 5 years, and it's consistent with the way other contractual services reports have been approved. I have examples here if anybody wants to see them. And so we look to the other side of the page, the horizontal side, and it's clear that from the detail of what's come out of the CFDs that in 2.25 years we've paid Mr. Delinka about $1.2 million, which obviously vastly exceeds the scope of the contract. And even if you look down to the general fund expenditures on an annual basis, even if it were an annual basis, we're still over the $25,000 that the contract allows for. So I don't understand how, if we're relying on a 5-year contract that has a $600,000 cap, how we continue to make these payments to him that exceed that cap.
And I guess I would just add, since I was actually there when on the board at the time, I had actually I'd had a conversation with board member Gutschau and asked him not to approve this at the time. I actually can produce the email if necessary, but it was clear at that time that the board saw this as a 5-year total based on my conversations with Mr. Gutschau, that this was a 5-year not to exceed $600,000 contract. I would add that if all the bond work were included, at least for 2014, the total amount just in 2014 alone is over $1 million. And then lastly, if this were on an annual basis, this would be a $3.1 million contract, and there'd have to be some fiscal impact disclosure.
So is the confusion that it doesn't state in that last column that the 25,000 and the 600,000 are per annual amounts? Is that what the...
Yes, and it's my contention that that's not how the contracts are presented in general terms. They are presented in terms of the total amount not to exceed for the entire contract. I have an example here, just pulled one from April 14, which was 2 months later than that, for It's Learning, which shows that a contract that was a little over 3 years was $56,000, and on the back you can see that on an annual basis the expenditures get improved, and $18,750 is, roughly a third of the total amount of the contract. So I'm at a loss to try and find an example of fee not to exceed column showing something that was done on an annual basis as opposed to the term of the contract.
So the nexus here that you're trying to draw is that we should not be paying them because we have an authorized payment to Delinka Group in excess of $600,000 and $25,000.
Correct.
Or rather, they're working without a contract. Superintendent Collins had pulled them from the approval of financial consultants for these bonds because he said they were working under this contract. So they're working without a contract.
Well, we've seen the contract, so we know that they have a contract. There may not be authorization to spend money under that contract. There's a difference in what Mr. Sellers is saying versus what you're saying. Or am I misunderstanding you?
Right. No, I'm saying that it's once you've exceeded the threshold amount, then right, there has to be an approval, just like all of the bond consultants are approved in a separate resolution by the board, and Mr. Delinka was not part of that. I mean, that serves to allow staff to contract with the bond consultants for those bond issuances. The board did that before this series of 3 bond issuances. As you recall, the superintendent made the decision to pull the Delinka from that resolution.
And they're
not remembering?
Yeah. No, I remember that Delinka was no longer on the resolution.
And Delinka was not on the resolution because his firm had the 5-year contract with us.
And so my contention is we can't approve this bond refinance unless, A, it's resubmitted with Delinka Group listed specifically as a contractor, or we rewrite the contract that they have to encompass the scope of the amounts that they're being paid, because we're clearly beyond that scope based upon the February 2014 approval. It seemed to me one of those two has to happen.
Malaga, you also signed notice of authorizations on all of his work that approves him to go forward, so I don't know whether that's a contractual issue also. We have notice of authorizations to pay him.
I did send that. I signed 2 notice of authorization for different projects, and I did email those to the board.
So we have a contention by a couple of board members here that Delinka Group has not been authorized by the board to be paid any additional funds out of the general fund or CFD funds. And Ms. Burgoyne saying this was not a yearly, or this was not a 4-year total. This was an annual amount.
It was put on the February 10th, 2014 for 5 years at $600,000 a year and $25,000. You do not see this in any other renewal, because when we put it on for the 5 years at those amounts. Now, I can tell you that from doing this for years, for somebody to manage, and if you read his contract, at this point in time in 2015, he is managing right now $45 million in special taxes and almost $460 million in outstanding bonds. And I believe that back in 2014, that was understood. The contract details how he gets paid for the administration and the other services. So, again, if it was on an annual basis, I would have been putting it forward to the board every year in January or February for a renewal.
I guess I have 2 questions on that. One is, if this was a $3.1 million contract, why wasn't that disclosed and isn't required to be? And we're in the 3rd year of a 5-year contract, and it's already exceeded $2 million. So it's going to exceed $3 million. So even under your scenario, it's not, the numbers don't add up.
The summary I gave you most specifically do add up. His administration and his CFD expenditures were for 2014 $543,000, for 2015 $518,000. His payment for bonds is not part of this. It's independent.
Well, I guess there's a conflict. Superintendent Collins said the bond work was under the contract. That's why he pulled him from the resolution approving the bond.
Well, I believe his, I can't speak for him, but his contract does include bond work. His contract includes bond work.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If you include the bond work.
Correct, and
we're
Malaga.
Over $2 million.
And Malaga approves a notice of authorization, and we present to the board his preliminary prices when we do the presentation.
Well, my argument would be, what's the point of seeking board authorization for contractual services if all we're going to do is write contracts that are in conflict with those contractual services? Because that's what I believe Ms. Burgoyne is saying, is that, well, we have a contract that says something different, and payments under that contract have been authorized per normal procedures, and so that's good enough. I don't think it is. I think the law requires that the contracts be written in concert with the board approval. That's why the board approval is necessary. And I can't support this refinancing based upon, at the very least, the fact that we seem to be overpaying what we've approved.
My understanding here, you've raised some questions here that I think were valid, but I think I just heard Ms. Burgoyne say, and it says this right on the contractual services report you've just distributed to all of us, the Community Facilities District Financial and Demographic Consulting Services. Consulting services certainly would not be considered the same thing as bond services. Would there be another item for their bond services? It seems like there should be somewhere else, because this is clearly consulting services. It's what it says.
Okay, so following that line of reasoning, it's my understanding that the consulting services, as I asked Ms. Thalandi at the beginning, is essentially the special tax consulting that goes in there. So this is what's authorized for the special tax consulting. It's been significantly exceeded even without any of the bond work. He's been paid for bond work in addition to the $1.2 million that I'm citing here that exceeds the consulting fee. So I don't understand how saying that, well, we've also paid him for bond work mitigates the fact that we've overpaid him for the consulting work.
Up until the series that we presented to the board, and I'll have to go back and check my files to make sure. Every time we have come to the board for refundings or purchasings, we do a resolution to hire the consultants. And this last series of refundings, we were instructed to remove anybody that was already under current contract, which we did. Prior to that, we always submitted an approval for consultants. So this was the first time, these 3 refundings, where we did not do an approval for consultants and did not include people that were under contract.
Well, I don't want to cast aspersions on someone who's not here, but it does appear that the unilateral decision to pull Delinka from the bond approvals has created some sort of legal problem here. And I think that before we go forward with this bond refunding, we have to address it. Either put him back in the authorizations or increase the scope of his contract.
The idea behind what you just suggested being that if he was listed, if the Delinka group was listed, then it would be fine to go above and beyond this contractual services report amount?
It would.
This is still problematic.
Yeah, it's still problematic, but it would at least lend merit to Ms. Burgoyne's argument that she's been getting these approved periodically as they go through. And the reason I believe Dr. Collins pulled them is because there were objections to approving these bond authorizations with the Delinka group present. So he said, well, I don't have to put them in there anymore because they're already under contract. Problem is, the contract had already been exceeded. So you can't have it both ways. You can't not take responsibility for paying the Delinka group by relying on a contract that's already been overfunded.
I guess I feel like there was still some debate here about whether the contract had been overfunded. If we're only leaving it to consulting services, Ms. Burgoyne shared that it's under $600,000.
No.
For the numbers you just said.
1.2 million, according to this chart I'm looking at.
Is that one of the ones you just gave us?
The one with the star, yeah, on the right.
Combined.
Oh, combined. Okay.
Right. For over the course of less than 3 years.
Shared with us, if we viewed that agreement as on a yearly basis, not over 5 years, they have not exceeded that amount.
Right, and I've passed out an example, one of many, that shows that over the course of a 5-year contract, it's not normal procedure to do that, that you have this contract that stipulates the value of the entire contract, and the annual fundings of that contract are brought back on a purchase order request. And so, and this one, like I said, is about 1/3 of this total amount for a 3-year contract. And I couldn't find any other examples where the fee not to exceed column was not the total value for the contract, but merely the annual value for something other than an annual contract.
Most of them are not. I mean, a lot of them are like 9 months, 12 months.
Yeah, exactly. Most of them are for the
14.
duration of the contract that's less than a year, but the ones that are over a year,
right.
all the ones that I could find show total value of the contract. Doesn't break it down into annual amounts.
So because this is apparently not the common practice, at least from your research, then you're opining that it can't possibly be true. What the board members believed at the time, we really can't say because none of it, oh wait, Mr. Patapow was on the board at the time. But
well, is what they believed even relevant? This is what they approved.
Yes, of course it's relevant.
Well,
no,
I kind of
it's
see,
really-
personally, I see this contractual services report as a summary document. I'd be more interested, maybe it was presented in this way for a matter of convenience, but if your allegations are correct and the details for which would be part of the agreement, which would be the reference document, I would think, as opposed to this contractual services report.
This is it as far as the contract. And as you notice in our green sheets, we have fiscal impact. I mean, if you're approving an item, the total cost needs to be disclosed.
So I mean, I reiterate what I think happened is I think the superintendent attempted to do an end run around making the board take responsibility for continuing to fund Mr. Delinka, and as a result, he pulled it out and doesn't understand that it's in conflict with the approval of the contract. And so, and again, it seems to me there is a way to fix this. There's two, actually, perhaps. But I think we can't approve the contract as presented because it doesn't meet one of those two criteria.
And I think based on what you're saying, a simple amendment to the contract, adding Delinka Group and their role and their fee to the documents would be sufficient based on what you've just said.
Perhaps, yeah. I think that's a possibility. It at least forces us to take responsibility for putting Mr. Delinka in the contract and continuing to pay him.
Talking about under the 5-year
Would there be an
contract?
issue with that?
Resolution?
Because certainly we could approve this at at least we could vote on it with the
It would have to
caveat that there needs to be an
about amending
amendment here
this.
to add the Delinka Group and their fee to all of our documents.
and maybe it won't work.
We could not come back to the board for a special. We could not go until June. So we would have to redo everything, so.
But if we approved it tonight, or at least we voted on whether to approve it tonight, assuming that you can put those amendments in there.
Let me ask legal counsel.
Because I'd like to also bring up that back in September of 2015, Mr. Bauer did say that it was not advisable to switch out parts of our financial team with ongoing duties until the end of the fiscal year. We're approaching that. It's next month, really. At which time we could do an RFP for a special tax consultant, potentially to replace Delinka Group. At this point, I would be interested in finding a way to avoid any legal pitfall if there's validity to what Mr. Sellers has brought to our attention. But I don't want to miss out on these very high savings rates that appear to have fluctuated just in the past several months.
They went
That
down.
would be
Went down, just so you know.
So from my point of view, there's two issues here, and you're absolutely right. I said exactly that at the end of the fiscal year is a time to start considering that type of RFP process. We actually, with district staff, met and talked today about how a process like that might work. And so certainly can lay that out for you this evening, if that's helpful. But there's the issue with your resolution in front of you today that deals with what you said about the interest rates getting those. And I think they're addressing whether there can be some sort of amendment or not now. But if we want to talk about RFP for special tax consultant, I'm prepared and certainly happy to talk about that.
Well, I don't think that's this agenda item. I do think that I'm interested in talking about that when it's an agenda item. Right now, I'm interested in figuring out if there's a way that we can take advantage of what's happening right now. What's before us, it looks like it's a good thing, but I don't want to run into any problems. Can we amend this today to satisfy any potential problems? I'm not 100% convinced that there are problems, but it seems that Mr. Sellers has raised an interesting issue.
Well, we have, I could ask Warren to come up here because he doesn't understand because his contract doesn't have a cap on it. Malaga has signed NOAs. When this was put on the board in 2014, it was put on the board, if you look at the line item on the left-hand side, for 5 years. All the rest of the line items are for 1 year. It was put on for 5 years at $25,000 for general fund per year and $600,000 for CFDs per year. That was how it was put on, and you can go back through 2014 all the way up to present, and it was not brought back because it was a 5-year contract.
Doesn't mean it was correct to not bring it back on an annual basis. And also the amounts shown on these lists are not all for 1 year. Some of them are for a year and 3 months. Some of them are for less than a year. They're all oddball terms that have total amounts attached to them, not annual.
You know, I'm not familiar with the documents that are being referred to here outside of the Delinka Group's contract, but there is no cap on the contract for any year or for the term of the contract. The board obviously took some action in which this contractual services report was either presented or approved by the board. I'm not familiar with that. But as to the contract itself, thank you. There's no cap, and I do see this fee not to exceed. I'm just not familiar with these documents. I don't know how they affect the expenditures within either the term or each year, and how the board handles that. All I'm explaining to the board is that there is no cap on his contract itself.
But our policies require that any contract over $15,000 get board approval. So this is what, I mean, the board has approved this in February of 2014.
Yeah, as I said, Ms. Beatty, I'm not familiar with this document or how it's used in the board policies. So.
Yeah, again,
no, I was just to say that I mean, this is the boards approve all contracts over a certain amount have to come to the board for approval, and this is it. This references then his standalone contract, but that one, his standalone contract doesn't have the total dollar value. Right. It just has the term of the contract. We've seen that one.
That's correct, and it has a schedule upon which services are based.
Exhibit A, Exhibit B delineates all his job descriptions, and then certain hourly wages of principals and then fees for but it's all these charts, and there's nothing laid out as far as the total cost for the term of the contract. The only thing that stipulates that is what's on the contractual services report, which was just a one-time approval for a 5-year contract back in February of 2014.
Okay, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I did neglect to ask the board if we'd like to continue discussion. I'd like to do that right now, kind of pro forma. I realize, but we're well over our 15-minute limit. Would we like to continue talking about this for another 5 minutes? I'll just take consensus here. There's a yes. Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to, there's obviously some difference of opinion about whether this fee not to exceed was per year or over the entire 5-year period. Obviously, I believe that there's some validity to the fact that it was supposed to be per year, given that this didn't come back to us on on our February 10th, 2015 or February 10th, 2016. So that lends some validity to that interpretation. I understand what Mr. Sellers is saying, that that's not how others have been done. I guess back to what I said initially, is there a way that we can amend what we're looking at approving tonight to take care of this issue without having to postpone?
The contract is not on the agenda. That's, I think, the problem.
No. What Mr. Sellers has suggested is that in the past, when Delinka Group has been included as special bond counsel,
Special tax consultant.
Special tax consultant, excuse me, not bonds, that's a whole nother issue apparently, that they've been listed and there's been an amount, and as such that the board has approved each of those, even if they are above and beyond this. If I heard him correctly, it's okay because we specifically approved it. That is not listed in these documents. Can we amend these documents to put that in specifically right now tonight and then vote on whether to approve that?
The board could consider amending the resolution approving the authority bonds to confirm the appointment of Delinka Group.
And the amount.
And
because I believe that's significant. Correct? Okay.
Well,
I'm trying to satisfy Mr. Sellers' concerns without.
Right. Yeah. We can do that in the CFD resolution, the one that you're considering right now. The board could pass a motion to approve the resolution, but amending the resolution to provide for the express appointment of Delinka Group as the special tax consultant.
You have to add the other consultants also. Because we took everybody off, but Stiefel and Jim Anderson. So
Well, Stiefel has a separate contract, don't they?
I know. When we brought back the resolution for these three, we removed everyone but Stiefel and McFarland Anderson, because so we would have to amend the resolution to include Best and Krieger, Fieldman Roll-Up, and Delinka, because they're all under long-term contracts. So could you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so not only to name them, but also to specify what their fees would be.
Correct.
And we can do that. If we're going to vote on this, I imagine at this point we would want to vote on the existing resolution with those amendments.
Yes, and I think you would want the fees to be not to exceed fees, and I believe there's set.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's
yeah.
Yes, and yes. Yes, Mr. Bauer explained that this is variable, but yes. Okay, I guess before we would vote on that, we need to know what those amounts were so that we can be specific.
Right, and I think they're in.
Oh, they are in there, yes.
They're in the PowerPoint
Yeah.
presentation.
Mr. Divin, can I just get clarification? Did you say Best Western Krieger was also removed from among the consultants that were removed from the resolution?
I don't remember that particular resolution.
Oh, so what were you?
Ms. Burgoyne.
Oh, Ms. Burgoyne said so. Because I'm trying to understand the process with regard to our business protocols. As far as I know, we have a contract, but so we have the open-ended retainer. Say that we approve at the beginning of the year. Is that what the bonds are then paid out of? Because there needs to be a contract that's approved and then a purchase order that's paid afterwards.
If any of our consultants had long-term contracts, they were not individually mentioned in the green sheet that came for the refunding.
They're not paid out.
Well, when we approve them as consultants, that allows them to be paid for the work, correct? The resolution.
That is correct, but they were not individually named in the resolution itself.
They used to be. You'd have every consultant.
Not in this particular one. They were not.
Right. Well, I guess 3 of them were taken out.
Correct.
But if they're taken out, then they have a separate outstanding contract for which the board has already approved a retainer, and does the bond money come out of that then?
Yes.
Trying to figure out how they're paid then, under what contract?
They're paid out of the cost of issuance.
They're paid out of the cost of issuance, but we are basing
You have to
that
have a contract
they have
with them.
the original contract, which is usually a 5-year period.
Correct.
We've passed our additional 5 minutes at this point. Are we still interested in continuing this discussion?
I just want to get clarified, because I want to make sure we're just, we're staying within our policy and the law as far as how they're paid out. So is it an exception then that when they're paid out of cost of issuance, it doesn't need to come back as a purchase order? Or
there are no purchase orders for cost of issuance.
It's paid out of those funds.
Ms. Beatty, they're not paid out of the general fund. It's a direct payment as part of the bond issuance. So it's in the cost of issuance.
So all that is required legally is that is just that they're approved under the board resolution to approve these vendors to do the bond work, and that would allow you the authority to create a contract if they didn't already have one.
That and analogous signs at each bond issuance and every what they call a notice of authorization for Delinka Group, but it's in Warren's contract and Fieldman Rolep's contract.
I'm sorry, what is the notice of authorization?
Their fees and that, so it's part of again, they have 5-year contracts. So the way we used to do it, we would put everybody on we would bring a resolution authorizing the hiring of consultants for these bonds. Mm-hmm. And we did that up until we came to do the refundings, I think, this year. And the decision was to remove anybody that was not under a 5-year contract. So that took everybody off except Stiefel and Jim Anderson, because they are a per bond issuance. Mm-hmm. Delinka Group, Best and Krieger do other things for the district, so they have 5-year open-ended contracts.
Okay, we've been going at this for a long time. 40 minutes now. Are we ready to close discussion and make a motion? Mr. Zane.
I'd like to make a motion that we save the taxpayers of Poway Unified close to $11 million and approve the resolution with the amendments to include the cost of issuance breakdown as reflected on page 7 of the presentation, with all costs of issuance cited as not to exceed amounts.
And with the specific consultants listed there as well.
Correct.
No, just on.
I'll second that. On a motion by Mr. Zane, second by O'Connor Ratcliffe, is there further discussion or clarification
Just one
for the
point of
people who have to
clarification.
make the
What
amendment?
we're talking about right here are the district's consultants, bond insurance and other non-consultant related costs of issuance are not to be included in this, because those can vary, and we don't have control over those.
All right, and with that, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
That is O'Connor, Ratcliffe, Zane, Patapow, aye. Beatty, Sellers, nay. No abstentions. This measure passes. Thank you for your time and explanations. Oh, we moved this one. Sorry. Item D, 603, rescheduling of the June 21st, 2016 board meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a formal request of the board to move our regularly scheduled board meeting of June 21st to June 22nd, 2016.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
And a motion by Mr. Zane, second by Mr. Patapow. Any discussion?
I just want to thank you, Tina, for expediting this process to make it happen. Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? This passes unanimously. This takes us to our first read items. F110, proposed adoption of reproductive health instructional materials. First reading, Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we bring forward, only as a first reading, materials and resources to support our standards-aligned curriculum and in reproductive health. The materials are sitting right there if you want to review them.
And this is a first reading, so
reading.
no vote necessary. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. F109, proposed adoption of supplemental special education materials, first reading. Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we bring forward for first reading online supplemental materials for our critical skills and autism spectrum disorder classes, K-12. Because these are online resources, please contact us in LSS if you want to review them or for the public to review them, and we can provide a temporary password.
I'm actually very interested in that, and I will be doing that before the second reading next month. This is a first reading, so are there any questions? Okay, none. We pulled F to 11. F322, public hearing of 2016-2017 balances in excess of minimum reserve requirements, first reading. Ms. Delandi.
Thank you, Madam President. This is to do with our 2016-17 projected ending balance. As you know, we are required by EDCO to maintain economic uncertainties of 2%. Right now, our budget is showing that we have a balance of 8%, so we have to explain that. This is per State Senate Bill 858 that was approved by the Governor in 2014. Though we do not still have this in effect, County Office of Education requires us to do this exercise and present it to them as part of the budget adoption. And I have attached a spreadsheet. The first page of that shows that our general fund reserves is $28.8 million, and we also have a fund called Fund 17-42 that has about $1 million. So our total fund balance is 29.8. We are required to keep 7, and we have to show an explanation of the 22 million, and we have done that in this spreadsheet. And usually the County Office of Education will approve this as part of our adopted budget in June.
Are there any questions for Ms. Delandi? Seeing none, on to the information items. G323, enrollment report, numbers 8 and 9, 2015-16. Ms. Lalonde.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the enrollment report for school month 8 and school month 9. Our attendance is holding steady at an average of 96.7%. Our enrollment is also holding steady.
Any questions from the board? G324, annual investment policy review and quarterly disclosure of local agency investments for Poway Unified School District. Ms. Lalonde, you got all the fun ones at the end.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. This is our cash balance that we hold at the county treasury as well as the local credit unions and banks. And this is as of March 31st. We have $74 million in the treasury pool as well as the banks and credit unions. Attached a spreadsheet which shows the breakdown of the cash in the various funds.
Any questions, comments from the board? G502, annual investment policy review and quarterly disclosure of local agency investments for community facilities districts, number 1 through 16. Ms. Lalonde.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a similar report showing the cash balances of all the CFD accounts, and this is also as of March 31st, 2016.
Questions or comments on this one? Seeing none, we are to item D602 that we changed to G602, board member appointment to the Budget Review Advisory Committee. It says to go to our superintendent, but I'm thinking possibly just shoot this down to Mr. Sellers briefly.
To replace the late Mr. Rounsfell, I'm going to appoint Kathy Howe to the BRAC.
Any questions? Well, thank you very much. New board business, H3. Our first one noted here is discussion of graduation promotion and graduation protocols. I'll go to Dr. Robertson.
Thank you, Madam President. It was brought to my attention that the board would like to discuss graduation promotion and graduation protocols, so I have listed it here for discussion.
Anyone wishing to speak on this item?
Okay, I guess I'll start off. I think the first caveat saying that nothing's changing this year, obviously, this late date. Any discussion would be for the 16-17, or any proposal that, at least on my behalf, would be for the 16-17 school year. Basically, I propose that we standardize our protocols and that the principal of the given school, whether it be for 8th grade promotion or 12th grade graduation, that the principal presents the class and the board member in attendance accepts the class on behalf of the Board of Education and the state of California. And if there is no board member there, then the cabinet member will accept the class. Obviously, this would be a proposal for a policy, I shouldn't say revision because we don't have a policy. It would be proposal for a new board policy with a first reading, say in June, and then a second reading in August.
Is this something that we could undertake as part of our policy review?
We could,
in September?
I haven't looked at CSBA. I doubt they have something to address this.
Well, we can put it on a list.
We could add it to our.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be right. I mean, what they do is they come in and they take what policies they have to overhaul ours, and then whatever we have remaining, we want to keep, then we keep that. So this would be sort of a third group of new ones we want to add that they don't have.
Okay, so maybe as
long as we don't forget,
as part of that part and parcel to that process, which I believe has been scheduled for the 13th, 14th, and 15th of September. It's brutal for yours truly. Anyway, so perhaps
It's been delayed for about half a year.
yeah,
so
we could ask each board member to submit a list of things that they'd like addressed in the policy revision workshop, and this could be on that list.
That makes sense, though. Just speaking to this in particular, having a board member, if present, accept the class on behalf of the board makes perfect sense to me. However, asking all schools to standardize their procedure doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Why would we ask them to do that? They would be unable to personalize the ceremony in the way that they desire. Again, I think it makes sense for a board member to accept on behalf of the board.
No, it's
but
just
the rest of it, I don't understand standardizing.
No, I think she's only referring to this part of it, which I'm speaking for her. But
yeah, no, absolutely.
Right, at every ceremony, someone presents the class and someone accepts it. That's
she was a little more specific than that, but it makes sense to me to have the board member accept on behalf of the board. It doesn't. If a board member's present and there's no reason to have a member of the cabinet accept on behalf of the board when there's a board member there. I agree with that. So, okay, this is something we can bring up. Okay, let's move on. Oh, were there any other issues under new board business that anyone wanted to bring up? I did. I'm hesitant to bring it up at this point because it's late, but I'm going to. Certified therapy dog programs. These used to be allowed on PUSD campuses at the principal's discretion, but this year our internal policy has changed to include a no-touch rule. So I'd like the board to consider taking a position on this, consider crafting a policy on this as well, to allow these certified therapy dog programs into our schools again. To me, the whole point of therapy dogs is touching them. They're specially trained for that purpose. These organizations screen their volunteers and their dogs. They provide liability insurance. If we don't want to do it, I'd like to see some data that makes our no-touch policy defensible, because I really don't know, and I kind of have my doubts that there have been a significant number of complaints filed in the district regarding therapy dogs, how many student injuries, how much money's been spent by the district trying to defend. I'd be surprised that those exist. So, as I suspect that there are very few instances related to these programs, there really shouldn't be any reason for the reluctance to pass a reasonable policy on this. I think this is important. It helps a lot of our students in a lot of different ways. So I'd like us to consider this, I guess, in September also. Though I would like to consider it sooner, because these therapy programs have been out of schools for 2 years now, and they want to bring them back in August.
Well, what happens is
It's not on the docket. We can't discuss it.
Oh.
It's not on the
No.
We've just
Again,
thrown
new
out
board
there.
business. At this point, I just kind of like nodding heads that you're interested in hearing more about this.
Can we put it in the next
I would like to, but I don't want to push that
because I
being
don't
too
think it's-
soon for
I
this
don't think it's that
information.
complicated.
I don't know that if you're asking for the data around that, I don't know that we can have it by then in terms of making this particular recommendation.
Yeah, I don't know that I need data. I guess I need data if there's going to be an argument against this, bringing them back. I would like data if there's opposition to it, but otherwise, I don't need the data. I believe in these programs, and I'd like to bring them back.
So we can have a discussion with risk management.
With what?
Risk management.
Okay.
Oh, she
Sounds
just
great.
mentioned risk
Okay.
management.
I'm good with that, and that'll do it for my issue on this. Anybody have anything else under H?
All right, I have a couple of things. Mel, the tech report, I would have liked to have had a copy of that. Could you send that to the board, the one that you, during your superintendent's report that you gave about the technology, the work that they're doing with the contractor to try to...
So I can provide you a summary of our ongoing work, because we've just kind of been doing it. Are you talking about the contractor? So
Who's coming in to overhaul or
I
to
wish-
evaluate our best practices with regard to technology?
Because it actually is. Yeah, he could give you more details on this person that we're working with. It's through our. What's it?
Southern California Relief.
You're basically doing an evaluation to find out if our protocols, or we need to improve our protocols for data security.
So that would be the first piece. So while we have some services that are already paid for with them, in order to do what we would call this risk assessment, we're going to have to bring forward a contract for your approval so we can continue that work. What we're doing right now is figuring out what are those pieces, and what he would do is work with us and our staff around looking at our practices and making recommendations for us around the data piece. So I will, we're working on that contract, and we will bring that forward.
And TJ and I have both mentioned the city of Poway. They have asked for a subcommittee of the board to work with them on some of these joint use agreements. And TJ and I would both like to do that, so I don't know if we need to officially docket that for an action item for us. We're the liaisons, so that's enough. Because this would be more than just those meetings. It would be some a subcommittee work, yeah, with the city of.
Yeah, fine.
It seems like
when
just
you come to the assignments in the beginning of the year.
Okay.
That's fine.
Well, your mic's off,
Okay.
but we heard you.
So,
I'm not talking to anybody.
and then obviously at this late hour, it's the right time to talk about. I mean, we have visited this early on. It went by the wayside. I think, Michelle, you had initially done research to find, school districts our size have 2 meetings a month. We are rushing through closed session. It just feels like, we're not giving due attention to certain items that may require it because of our fiduciary responsibility or due process or what have you. And then, to go for a 9-hour meeting, this seems much, and I think we need, especially, here we went almost 2 months. We went from April 5th regular meeting to, and that just, yeah. But, so I think I'd like to revisit the 2 meeting recommendation. And then lastly, I know I've, for one, have had some frustrations getting certain items on the docket, so I need to figure out how we can get this done. I had wanted for closed session that didn't get on. I don't know.
Yeah, on that, I had some thoughts there too, and I would like for anybody who has a request to really be very, very specific about how you would like it agendized exactly. And if it's an action item, please write down the action, because I'm having some difficulty in discussions with how do we put this on the agenda? Does this roll in with another issue? There are some difficulties, obviously a communication gap there, that I believe that we were rolling those issues in. If you can be more specific, very specific, that confusion won't exist. That would be helpful to me.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. And then we'll just, the policies, I know the policies are somewhat conflicting. In one section it says 10 days, another 8, I think usually that's, somewhat flexible. We keep, if we keep it around the 10 calendar days mark. The only other question is, are we requiring 2? The policies don't require 2. We've kind of gone back and forth on that one.
Well, we did try to have a conversation around that and failed miserably. I'm happy to open up that discussion again.
Well, I think we should just go with what it says in the policy, and that, clearly the law, Ed Code allows any member of the public to put something on the docket. So I think any member of the board should be allowed to put something on the docket as well. And I think the protocol is it goes under new business, and then it's discussed under new business, and then unless it's a closed session item, that's a little more complicated.
Yeah, and I guess that works, and my request stands that to be very specific, so I don't confuse that we can roll this in with this another issue that's very similar, or that I view as similar but you don't. So let's try to be as specific as possible so the misunderstandings don't happen and we get as many specific. Let's just do it that way. Gosh, I can't speak anymore. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, good. That's all my stuff.
Okay, anybody have anything else? Because we are down to Adjournment? Oh, boy. Okay. The next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held now after our change Wednesday, June 22nd, 2016 at 6 p.m. right here. We are adjourned at 11:34. It's still p.m. We're doing well.
Now we're reconvening.
Yes, and we do need to reconvene for the Public Financing Authority briefly, I hope. But you're excused down at the end. Thanks very much. Go home.
Bye, Tracy.
See you.
We'll now reconvene as the Board of Directors of the Public Financing Authority and agenda item L1. It'll be very brief, literally 2 minutes.
You've invested
It's
so much
you.
time already.
Oh, no. I know, I already said that. All right.
Thank you, Madam President. Approval of this resolution number 50-2016 is the companion to CFD agenda item D501 for the approval of the various financing documents authorizing the issuance of special tax refunding bonds series 2016A, including cost of issuance and underwriting fees in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $72 million. Warren Divin and Nora Bryan, our bond counsels, will Thank you. The financing documents that were not discussed as part of item D501, and they will answer any questions the board may have regarding the authority and the documents.
I don't know. I just like the microphone. Move that we adopt the resolution amended to reflect the cost of issuance in the vendors listed on page 7 of the presentation from the prior meeting to include the sums notated as not to exceed with the exception of the contingency fund.
I second.
Outstanding.
Okay, on a motion. Zane. Is there any further discussion?
Aye.
All opposed? This motion has.
Tina, can we just clean up tomorrow? I'll come in and help. I don't think.
Tomorrow. I'm going to leave my
Why do
stuff
you have to
here.
get rid of the